Hello? Alright, there we are. Hello. It's gonna be that kind of night, friends. What's going on? I guess you guys, some of you may have seen the tweet that came out a little bit ago saying, oh my goodness, we're gonna be not able to start until 7:30, and then plans change, we're able to start on time. And then I'm fighting with FSUIPC because it doesn't seem to be recognizing control inputs. The levers are all working, but the yoke is not, and the switches and stuff on the yoke are not, and fighting with the FSUIPC and trying to figure out why. Like, why aren't you recognizing my controls? Well, you know, you can troubleshoot the software all you want, but if the thing's not plugged into the USB, then it's not going to recognize much at all. So, we got that issue sorted out, and then I go live, and my mic's not working. And that, I don't know why that was. That mic decided just it's going to show up on a different USB input than it had in the past, but we seem to be up and running now, and I guess it's just that kind of night, friends. But hello and welcome. Rob Valkyrie is here, Trailer is here, Peebo is here, Iowa Scotsman is here. We are going to do some bush-style flying here in the Cessna 152. It's the JPLogistics mod of the Cessna 152, as we have been flying it here on our River Run. This is a series that we come back to a couple times a month, and we resume our trek down the Columbia River. At least that's what Season 1 of River Run is, the Columbia River. Once we get out to the end of the Columbia, where it dumps into the Pacific right near Astoria, Oregon, we will reveal to you where Season 2 of River Run shall commence. But for right now, we are at Cascade Locks, and we are working our way west, and I'm going to be crossing the Portland-class Charlie airspace tonight. So we're starting out here at Cascade. We're going to cross, we're going to hit, you know, pretty much the aim of the series is to find as many of these little private strips, private, public, grass, gravel, dirt, paved, whatever we find. Just land everywhere we can along the way. Obviously, I had to kind of pick and choose a little bit because around Portland, there's a lot to choose from. But these are the ones that I highlighted as far as, because you can go down here and hit like 20 more. But these are the ones that I chose for tonight. Cascade, and then this one up here called Key Way. We'll go back to the river. We'll try and find Sky River Ranch, and then Brown's Cape Horn, Pleasant Farm. We'll cross down to the Oregon side again to Lehman Field, then to Schmidt. We'll make a stop at Portland Troutdale. We've stopped there a number of times on stream. And then we'll proceed west along the river. We will try to approximate
airstrippy along the water.
Yeah, right, exactly. Anything suspiciously airstrippy. And we found some very suspiciously airstrippy places as well. But from Portland, we will continue westbound. We're going to try to approximate what sort of instructions a Portland controller would give us to avoid, you know, kind of the finals box if we took off from Troutdale and we were heading up to whatever this one is. Is that Pearson? Yeah, I guess this is Pearson right here underneath that little shelf of the Charlie. And then from Pearson, north and west to Scappoose to end the evening. Again, hoping that we were able to find enough time to make all these stops, but revisions are, you know, a part of the game here with this River Run series. We had a few more folks stop in. Trailed or no, this is not Windows 11. I did not update the operating system. It's still Windows 10, but just one of those nights. We had STW stop in for some raffle tickets. We'll get those taken care of here soon. Not JK said hello. Downwind Sim is here. Said, did I hear some bush flying? Yeah. Well, I mean, bush style, I guess, is what you'd say. We're right along the Columbia River and Portland, Oregon, so it's not exactly like the backcountry bush, but definitely finding some private and public grass, gravel, dirt strips, and paved strips, and many types of stuff along the way. So that's the plan for tonight. Jeffrey B says, well, Jeffrey B was the one that said anything suspiciously airstrippy. Yep, with the resub as well. Thank you so much. That's a 22-month resubscription. We appreciate all the continued support of the channel, Mr. Jeffrey. Appreciate you being here. Hang on 1 second, guys. That is DIY Jedi that stopped in, and said weird USB stuff hopping in and out with Windows 11 is common. That's why I asked. Yeah, Windows 10 has been pretty stable for me as well, but I don't know if just a cord got knocked as I moved stuff around or what happened there. I mean, I can explain that with the honeycomb because I kind of detach it from the desk and set it to the side and I stick it back up on the desk, when I'm doing home office work or air traffic control stuff versus doing flying for you. So that did that, but why did that kick out my my microphone? Why did it change the USB ID of my microphone as well? Couldn't tell you on that. Anyway, let us go ahead and jump into the plane, guys, and get started. I do have kind of a time limit tonight, work-related time limit, so we will get into the plane and we will get going as quickly as possible. We are, as always, waiting for our traveling companion Freckles, and she's always kind of running out to the plane at the last minute. She tries to limit the amount of time she sits in the plane next to me. Of course, I am a bit of a bigger guy, and she kind of feels claustrophobic sometimes. There she is, okay, making her appearance. So yeah, so now that we've got her, I think we're ready to go. Where do you control that? Asks altitude leaving. I am a Washington, D.C. controller on the VATSIM network. Not a real world, just VATSIM. But delivery, ground, and tower, S2 rated, if you know what that means on VATSIM. Don't know if you do or not. Yeah, Washington, D.C. Air, TCC. And a matter of fact, on the stream we've been streaming our S3 lessons. So I'm in the process of advancing from S2 to S3. So I've been doing some of the approach and departure control lessons, and we've been fortunate enough to have an agreement with our training staff to stream some of that for you as well. So, and if it's not available still on our Twitch channel, you can find it over on our YouTube channel. Those two S3 lessons, fun ones. Oh, 5 Sandy's asking about the route tonight. Yeah, that's the route that we did on our most recent stream. I've just reconnected to VATSIM and I haven't filed. SimCaesar stopped in. Oh my goodness.
The little rascal has spirit?
Fire Sandy, let me get you the...
Spirit? Yes, he did, sir. Hello. Spirit, sir. Bravado, a touch of daring do. Oh, about 11, sir.
There we go. So that's kind of the plan for tonight. We have actually, once we get it filed on the VATSIM, we're going to file just a simplified version of that. We'll get over here. Now, just to let you guys know, right now, as of this moment, there is not any air traffic control in the Seattle Air TCC area. But we'll keep our fingers crossed, or we will, like I said, we'll talk through what we might hear from the controllers as they would talk us through the Charlie airspace. So SPB, is that the right order of those letters? I kept getting it confused. I think I kept putting SPB, which is San Luis Obispo. But yeah, it is SPB. Sierra Papa Bravo is the correct order. We're going to try and get airborne by about 23:30. Who knows? We're going to say it's about 3.5 hours, and we got about 5 hours in the tanks. I don't really know. Cruise airspeed is going to be more like 100 knots. We're going to knock 10 off the end of that. Matter of fact, 3,000 I think will be the max that we'll need. We are slant alpha. We're not slant alpha doing a slant Lima flight. We're slant alpha doing a slant alpha flight. And we're just going to call this VFR westbound with numerous local stops. For a VFR route, you're not bound to what you file. You don't have to file like specific waypoints and specific radials and specific airways like you would in an IFR flight. So in a VFR flight, I just kind of use that as free text to loosely let the controllers know what we're up to. So that'll do there. That'll do, pig. Yeah, trailer underneath 3,000, at or below 3,000 above ground level, you do not need to adhere to those westbound, eastbound rules. Those start once you're at 3,500 and above. Excellent. But if you're within 3,000 feet of the ground, it's really just on the pilot to choose their altitude at pilot's discretion. Yeah, because if we're doing VFR, it would be 3,500 or 4,500, right? But VFR that close to the ground, because we're not even going to, there's no chance we're going to even need to get up to 4,500 feet when we're going from, tiny little field from tiny little field like that. So, yeah, there's no requirement to be at a certain VFR altitude today. Yeah, not Hassas says VORs make VFR flights a cakewalk. Yeah, well, it's not even really visual navigation if you're doing it by VOR, is it? All right, let's get into the checklist here, get this plane fired up and running, and let's start making our way to our first stop. See, everything's set. We can go ahead and get the doors closed. Sorry, Freckles. That's one of the features of the JPLogistics mod. The doors and windows do not open and close in the stock 152, but the JPLogistics mod do make that possible. Doors are closed. Again, the battery switch on. And that's the alternator. Battery switch is that side. We get the nav and beacon lights on. Get the fuel selector on. That's down here by Miss Freckles' leg. I always try to warn her before I reach down toward her leg, you know. I don't want her to get the wrong idea. Throttle and mix can go open. We will prime the fuel system a few times there. Throttle can come back and go to crack to about 10%. Mix we will slowly enrich as we fire up the engine. We'll go to right magneto, left magneto, both magnetos. We will clear the prop area. We will engage the starter while we pull the mix in. There we go. Fires up. Mix is now in. Oil pressure comes up right away. Starter's back to, magneto's back to both. And we'll adjust the throttle just to make sure we're idling just above 1,000 RPMs there, just to make sure we can. We still have the warning light for the alternator because I haven't turned the alternator on yet. But now that I've done that, I want to make sure that red light goes out. If you're idling below 1,000, that red light will still be on. If you're idling above 1,000, then we are good to go there. Some more folks stopping in. Readability says howdy. Sim Caesar gifting a sub over to Readability. Thanks so much. Them's my shoes is here. Good Fixes stopped in. Crowded plane tonight, guys. Oh, I can't believe we're packing this many people into a 152. My God, I take up enough space just by myself. So magnets of oil pressure alternator. Radios are already on. We can go ahead and get the DME box on and the transponder on as well. We'll go ahead and pop it into altitude mode. We got a gift sub going to Downwind Sim from Readability, paying it forward. That's awfully kind of you. Appreciate that so much. I'm sure Downwind Sim does as well. Yeah, Freckles is going to have to ride on the wing. Well, yeah, she's already kind of the fun plane to fly, says Hassas. I agree. She's already kind of, hanging halfway out the door just by virtue of my fat ass being next to her, so. Anyway, where do we leave off? Radios, transponder, throttle set to 1,000. Okay, we're good. Flight plan is set. We would check the METAR. I'm going to tell you right now, guys, I'm forcing a few cloud scenario because we did have some weather. Yeah, a little bit of weather and some low overcast moving through the area. I always say that if you're VFR on the network, one of your charges when you're planning a VFR flight is to make sure that you've checked the weather and make sure that the weather minimums are high enough to fly VFR. If they are not, you've got two options. You can either switch to IFR or you can ground yourself until the weather clears up. Going to IFR doesn't really make much sense in this case since we're popping all these tiny little fields. And so switching to IFR won't really help us get in and out of those. So our other option is to wait until the weather clears up, and since we're sim pilots, we can clear the weather up as soon as we want to. Viper Strike is here. Fire Sandy says, I'm all set up and ready. Some 152s actually had a rear bench seat. Yeah, I don't remember if this one's modeled with that or not. I can tell you that with me being here, it's above the weight limit already. Moet is here. Yeah, we appreciate you hanging out, man. No shame if you're hanging out and chatting or hanging out and lurking. We love you just the same. All right, let's go, guys. Where we leave off? Looking at the wrong thing. Okay. So altimeters. Yeah. So we've forced the weather. That's where I left off. 2992 is we're just gonna assume that's what the altimeter is, regardless of what the METAR actually is reported in this area. The field elevation here we can verify from what's on the chart and make sure that it's consistent with what's being shown. 151 feet. Our altimeter says 100 and, yeah, pretty close to that. 120, 40, almost 160 feet. So yeah, within about 10 there. Within about probably less than 10. Within about 7 or 8. So that's good. That we'll just assume that that's where it needs to be. We do want to check and make sure our directional gyro is aligned with our magnetic compass. Magnetic compass is currently reading, well, appropriately reading about 152. So there we go. We'll make sure that DG is set similarly. Nav and ADF tuners don't have any of the set right now. It's going to be visually navigated pretty much the entire way. We will check and make sure that our flaps operate. And again, the beauty of FSU IPC is that they now, even though I have them on a lever, they now operate in their correct increments, even though the lever moves continuously. So that now works as intended, which is beautiful. And then back to the takeoff position there. And so that's all good. The indicator as well moved to where it was supposed to, so we're good there. Trim is set for departure. Got that on I got that on a lever, which is fun. It's the only plane that I fly that I have my trim set on a lever like that, so it's a little bit of a different look. Fake pilot, fake plane, fake weather, fake co-pilot, real beverage, I guess. That's all I can offer you, man. If you tune the ADF to 580, you get the local news in flight. Not Hassas. You probably want to check out a flight that we did as part of the Monday night Bush League Backcountry Flying Series over at downwindsim.com. There was a whole scavenger hunt flight that Downwind Sim put together for X-Plane, in which that premise was exploited to amazing effect. Downwind Sim and his family put together some mocked up broadcasts, news broadcasts that were outstandingly done. So go ahead and check that out. Downwindsim.com. And what was it? Was it 2025? Was the anniversary one? Yeah, that was a fun one.
I'm gonna need some pliers.
STW is rolling.
Set of 30
We'll
weight
get
ball
behind you.
bearings.
Get going as soon as
It's
we
all ball
can. That's
bearings
all right.
nowadays.
Keep getting distracted. Melvin Leroy has stopped in. Annie West was our famous newscaster. That's right. Now flaps are set to 10. Trim set. Oil temps looking good down here. We don't really have a taxi routing to brief. We're going to just kind of taxi out to the right. And we're going to take off. Well, what is the prevailing wind around here? Just in case we were going to kind of be faithful to the prevailing wind direction. 300 there. Variable. 320 there. Okay, so it mostly looks like it's coming out of the west. So we'll taxi to the east and depart to the west. I'm not sure if STW might have just done the opposite of that. That's okay. Once he's gone, we can kind of do whatever we want to do and not get tangled up with him. So if we're going to presume that the wind is westbound, Cascade Locks is a 6 and 24, so we'll take off on 24. And then Keyway Airport, just to our north, is a 15 and a 33, so I guess we'll land on 33. So right now we're going to depart on 24, land on 33. Whoops, what is this? Yeah, I don't need that, whatever that was. And which one is my heading bug? Is it that one? Okay. Yep, okay, so we're going to land on 33. Oh, wow, it's 90 degrees different.
Cascade Locks traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, backtracking runway 24, Cascade Locks.
Portland traffic, Pacific Northwest 9423 heavy, establishing on the ILS 28 left, Portland.
Okay, so STW I think is taking off on 24, where is he? Ah, there he is, okay. Alright, so let's go over to the... Parking brakes off. Let's go over to the taxiway entrance at least. And I think he's taxiing out in a 2-4 direction, meaning I guess he's going to depart in a 6 direction. I think we're going to do the opposite. But we'll wait until he clears first.
Portland traffic, Pacific Northwest 9423 heavy, now on a 11-mile final runway 28 left, Portland.
I guess I can't do numbers yet. No, you're taxiing westbound. I guess you're going to depart eastbound, which doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to go the opposite way. That's fine. Not a big deal. Believe me, I've definitely got crossed up on my runway directions before. It's easy to do, especially when you're unfamiliar with the layout. All you got is a little strip here. You're not really sure which way is which. Yeah, so we're going to taxi to the right and take off to the left. But that's okay. You're all good. It is a beautiful view, Trailer says. I agree.
Cascade Locks traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, taking off runway 6. VFR departure to the north, Cascade Locks.
And by the way, we are going to, if we're taking off 24 and we're landing 33, so we're taking off 24, probably a right crosswind. We're going to fly up to the north and maybe look for this valley here, and then maybe enter a left downwind to Key, something like that. And there goes our friend STW. Cascade Locks traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, back taxiing runway 24, Cascade Locks. Mad Meredith is here. What was the website for the X-Plane streams for the ADF radio? Downwindsim.com, and I'm pretty sure it was the Bush League flight number 25 that you want to look for. Pretty sure 25 is the correct one. Since we're on the runway, we really should have done the strobe lights, and since we're departing now, we'll do the landing lights as well. And we'll get the windows. Cascade Locks traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, departing runway 24, going to be right crosswind northbound VFR, Cascade Locks. Windows closed. Lights are on. Heat-o heat. Takeoff set, let's go. And this 152, I feel like it lifts really nicely off the runway. I don't know what they've done to the flight model to make that work in this plane and not others. The others tend to stick to the pavement. This one tends to lift very nicely off. Go ahead and get the flaps in. Cascade Locks traffic, Cessna 514 up the Victor clear, runway 24, VFR, right crosswind to the north. Cascade Locks. Yeah, it does lift off just like butter. Alright, so we kind of want to go northbound and not too far. It's only 3 miles. And we kind of need to, if we see a little mound of higher terrain, we kind of want to aim to the right of that. Higher terrain with a power line on it specifically if we can. And then we'll be aiming for another little area of higher terrain, and the field will be kind of be nestled in between there. So I think maybe like somewhere around in here. Or maybe this clearing here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn that heading bug up to a 3.3. What's the field elevation there? 972. So we're going to go to 19. Maybe level it out there at 19. And we're going to look out our right window. I know we're not going to see much until we get that wing lowered, maybe. I'm not sure if that was it. Alright, so we want to kind of level it here. Turn around to the right and see if we can get into a left downwind to something that is kind of perpendicular with this. Well, that's hopefully not it. Although that to the ahead and to the left looks.
Keyway traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, left downwind runway 33, full stop, Keyway.
Well, I feel like I'm in a left downwind for Keyway also. Although that's got a power line right next to it, that can't be right. STW believes he's found it. What's the best way to learn the A320 so I can fly on a virtual airline? YouTube tutorials, I would guess. You're kind of asking the wrong channel for tips on airliner flying, as you might be able to tell by what you see before you. But I did learn how to fly the PMDG 737. Then I did it mostly through YouTube tutorials. I found one really good YouTube streamer of the PMDG 737, and I just watched his streams with a notepad. And up there's STW right in front of us. Well, let's see where he goes.
Keyway traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, turn final runway 33, full stop, Keyway.
Let's see where he goes. Ah, there it is. Yeah, he's got a good eye. I never would have spotted that. All right, let's get back up to 1900. Yeah, but I've found if you find one really good YouTube streamer or Twitch streamer that goes through step by step and explains each step as they go, and then just watch that stream and take notes on every step. Just pause it, write down what they did. Watch, pause it, write down what they did. Watch, pause it, write down what they did. I mean, I also spend a lot of time with the manuals that come with the plane. You know, the PMDG 737 in particular comes with a pretty extensive procedural manual. Don't be afraid to spend a day like going through that manual step by step.
Keyway traffic, Cessna 341 service, you clear
It's not something you're going to sit down and learn it's not something that you're going to be able to learn sitting down and doing like 10 minutes of reading and be able to just whip out and do. It's going to take hours of studying and practice. You just got to invest the time. There's no shortcut. Real pilots got hundreds of hours of training to fly airliners. You know, we're lucky that we can water it down some, but it's still it's measured. The time is still measured in hours, not minutes. Keyway traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's left downwind midfield, runway 33, Keyway. Alright, so where's our turn-in point? We got this little village here. Alright guys, start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the predicted vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch. No bot command is necessary for that on this channel. Hey, Ground Point Niner is here. Hello, handsome, he says. Well, that's got to be Derek then. I don't think I'm AJ's type, but I'm probably Derek's type. I could be wrong. Keep it rolling around to a 3-3. Hope that we wound up relatively aligned. I don't see it. Lost sight of it. Lost sight of it. Let's get flaps back in. Keyway traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor going around. We're left close traffic 33 Keyway. Yeah, let's Omega 38 kilos, the winner with the 0. Yeah, we'll give that another try. Gotta watch my speed here. It was behind that. Okay, I think that's the beginning of it right there. Put the wing up. Okay, yeah, that's it right there. So we got this large clearing, it's to the left of that. Keyway traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, second attempt, left base runway 33 Keyway. Alright, it's to the left of that clearing, so... Oh man, it is still an elusive little thing. I see it though. Keyway traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's on about a mile final, Keyway 33. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but we got a little bit of a thunder boomer coming through here at the studio. That one was close. Speed's very, very low. Let's not stall the plane out of the sky here. Okay, this is looking a little bit better now.
You can always go around.
No need to go around. We got it. We got it. Alright. Keyway traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor is clearing runway 33 Keyway. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tight runway. It's okay, we'll talk about the winning number here in a minute. Let's not fall into the water. We'll just park it right here. Parking brake can come on. Throttle up to 1,000. We can go pitot off. Landing lights off. Taxi lights can stay off. We'll go ahead and pop the windows there for Miss Freckles' benefit. And landing number 1 is done. Let's look at the winning numbers. Oh, you know what? I did not set the fuel load at the beginning of this stream, guys. We'll have to be careful that we've got enough fuel. 72 is what registered on the touchdown. Let's see how we did. On my screen, it looked like you touched a few trees. We came in nice and low over them. I think from our vantage point, it looked okay. Orion flying hit the follow button there. Why throttle to 1,000? Yeah. So whoops, and I'm not doing it. You will notice that the battery discharge warning light is on. As I get the RPMs up to 1,000, you'll notice that it goes off. That is the point at which the alternator's generating enough juice to offset the electrical drain, and your battery then ceases to discharge. So we like to idle at 1,000 while we're sitting there. And Aero Brad, by the way, welcome to the channel. All right, so 72 was the number that registered. Whoops, I'm not trying to zoom, guys. I'm not trying to zoom. I'm trying to scroll up through the chat here. We had 45, 88 was good fixins. 69. Oh, 69 is going to end up being a pretty close guess. It's only 3 away. So ground point niner, nice. Oh, 72, Aerobrad was 1 away. So Aerobrad just edged out ground point niner. Let's see, do we have anybody else in that range? Aerobrad, brand new to the stream, gets an entry into our landing rate raffle. Congratulations on that. Aerobrad, I'll explain how the raffles work, by the way. Closest predictor above or below gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. So May 27th will be our next drawing. We do the drawing toward the end of every month, and 27th just happens to be when we're doing our May one. Let me get your jot it down here before I forget. Aerobrad, and what was the identifier for this location? It was Keyway, which is, looks like 19 Whiskey Alpha. Is that right? Yep, 19er Whiskey Alpha on 5/16. All right, so congrats on that. So on May 27th, we'll pull one winner out of the pitch bowl with all of those closest predictors over the last month or so. And the person whose name comes out of the hat gets their choice of any one of these Slant Alpha merch items, or if you don't want any of my crap and you happen to be the winner, you can choose instead a $25 Amazon gift card or a $25 X-Plane.org store gift card. So May 27th will be when we do that drawing, and Arrow Brad, if you're on stream, fantastic. If you're not, we'll contact you via Twitch Whispers. So look at your Whispers over Memorial Day weekend, and we'll get in touch with you if you happen to be our winner. By the way, the other raffle that we always do on the channel is our Alphabets Points raffle. Same prizes up for grabs, and same drawing date, May the 27th. And the way that you get in on that one is through those Twitch channel points, Alphabets Points as we call them here. Those Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel, you can cash those in chunks of 1,000 for one entry into that raffle. If you save up for 5,000, you get 6 entries for the price of 5 if you cash those all in at once. There you go. Viper Strike just showed you how to do it. So yeah, 1,000 for 1, 5,000 cashed in all at once gets you 6. And again, we pull that on May the 27th this time around, and the winner gets the same choice as the landing rate raffle winner does. So we'll pull both of those raffle winners on May the 27th and give each of them their choice of any one item off of that list. If you don't happen to get in on either drawing for the month of May, don't fret. We are always running those raffles, so we'll reset the entries after each drawing and start collecting them again for the following month. Alright, well, you guys go ahead and put those redemption requests in. We will get on to our next leg. When we get to the next leg, I'll catch up on all those. Alright, so I think our plan of action is to depart and make a nice tight left downwind and go back to the river. We're going to follow up the river just a ways, and we are going to look for Sky River Ranch. Let's look at Sky River Ranch and see what the runway directions are there. It's a 7 and 25 there. Right next to that is Brown's Cape Horn. It's a 7 and 25 there as well. So we're going to maybe see if we can spot one or both of these kind of along the power lines there. We're going to be careful. So I think, now how will we tell? I think what we can look for is this little dip in the river where we've got these two islands, and then we can kind of cut north and see if we can see 2 runways and a 7 and 25 alignment kind of back to back there. And that's what we'll plan on landing on 25. So ST says I'm going to probably take off on 15 just because it's downhill. Yeah, let's scope it out here. Oh, I never stowed the flaps either. I can do that. Yeah, it does look like it's downhill coming the other way. Yeah, I think I'm with you. Let's
traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, taxiing runway 15 for a westbound VFR departure, keyhole, or keyway.
Yeah, so you're going to depart 15, and then, yeah, then we'll make basically kind of a straight out or maybe a right crosswind to join the river. Okay, I'm down with that. Let's adjust our directional gyro. We're facing just a couple degrees right of 15, or left of 15 rather, so let's fix that. We're going to depart on 15, and then we're going to look for a runway 25 at our next destination. So I'm going to spin the heading bug around to that to remind us when we get there what the runway orientation is there. I think everything else is good. Temps and pressure is looking good. We'll go ahead and get the taxi light on. Parking brake off. And I'll spin it around, but I'll stay off of the runway here.
Keyway traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, taking runway 15 for a westbound VFR departure, Keyway.
Alright, we're going to taxi kind of in the tall grass here, parallel to the runway, just to stay out of STW's way. Keyway traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, taxi into runway 15, Keyway. Alright, so since we're almost there, we'll go ahead and close the windows. Wingtip touching, not ideal, yeah. Flaps set. Trim set. Oh, I didn't do the carb heat on that touchdown either. On that approach. Alright, strobes on. Landing lights on, taxi light off, pitot heat on. Keyway traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, departing runway 15 straight out, VFR southbound Keyway. Alright, there we go. Temps and pressure's looking good. Flaps and trim set. Let's go. Got a little bucktooth gap here to aim for. There we go. Passing right neatly through the notch. And we'll rejoin the river. And we'll make a right turn. Flaps coming in. Keyway traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, clear 33, BFR westbound joining the river. Keyway. Alright, field elevation at Sky River Ranch is 1239. Oh, look at this. This is neat, guys. Sky River Ranch, field elevation 1239. Immediately adjacent to it, Browns Cape Horn 920. So just between those two fields, there's a 300-foot elevation difference. So that'll be interesting. That'll help us kind of identify it too. So with the field elevation there being, like I said, 1239, we're going to go to 22. Just gently adding a little bit of up trim here, so I can relax on the yoke just a touch. Yeah, I apparently have inspired quite a few folks to try their hand at non-RNAV navigation, radio-based navigation, so kudos to those who have given that a shot. Apocalypse Please has stopped back in. Apocalypse Please, haven't seen you here in a little bit. Good to see you back here. Getting the engine running the engine just barely shy of that red line. I pulled just a touch of power out just to keep it off of the red line. We are now tracking the river westbound, and still gaining just a little bit of altitude again. That Sky River Ranch, 1239. So if we want to say, 2300, just kind of have just a little bit of a buffer there. Put in just a little bit more up trim. Oops. So I'm trying to get into better habits about setting the pitch and the climb with the yoke, and then adjusting the trim to be able to let go of the yoke. I'm trying to be better about that. What I and a lot of sim pilots often find ourselves doing is that we initiate the climb and descent, and we level off the climb and descent by using the trim rather than the yoke. Now that I have a yoke that offers a little bit smoother response, trying to be better about actually using the yoke pressure to manage those climbs and descents. Blue-Eyed Tom is here. Blue-Eyed Tom, how are you? We are flying along the Columbia River, just east of the Portland, Oregon area. Whoops, there's 24, so we're kind of blowing through. Flying along the Columbia River just east of Portland, and Rob Valkyrie has put in the... Yeah, so what Good Fixins did was the command that pulls our route off of VATSIM. We didn't put as much detail into that one. Rob Valkyrie copied and pasted what I put in the chat earlier, which is a little bit more detail as to our plan tonight. But yeah, loosely speaking, we're along the Columbia River just east of Portland, headed westbound toward Portland. Doing this series called River Run. So we started, I think this is the 8th installment of River Run since we started it back in January. We come back to this series a couple times a month. I fly for you about 3 times a week. We actually do some VATSIM air traffic control occasionally in there as well. But we stream for you about 3 times a week, but about twice a month we kind of revisit this River Run series and we pick it up where we left off. So this is the 8th episode since January. And episode 1, we started along the Columbia River right up near the U.S.-Canadian border at an airport called Trail Airport just over on the Canada side. And we have followed the Columbia River all the way down from Canada down towards Pasco, Washington, and then at Pasco it kind of takes a bend to the west and heads over here toward Portland. So here in our 8th episode, we're just starting to come up on Portland, and I think we'll be crossing through Portland later on tonight. I do want to kind of be mindful of where I am. So I'm watching this power line kind of come up over this little ridge, and I'm comparing that with what I'm seeing on the map here. So if I navigate down the river looking to the right, I believe it's this power line coming up over the ridge that I'm going to see. So on the other side of the ridge there should be kind of an open valley here, and that I think is when we'll cut to the right. We should see an island, a slight bend to the left, and another island, and that's where we're going to cut to the right and start looking for these 2 fields. So yeah, as much as we call this slant alpha navigation, meaning that we're navigating through radio-based means only, right now we're not even doing that. Right now we're navigating just based on what we see in the sectional, and I'm not very good at that. So I don't see the island unless this is it. This looks a little smaller than what's on the chart, but there is this little section where it bends to the further to the left. Although that looks like it might be where Troutdale is. Are we that far? I might be way further ahead than I think I am. I think that's the bend where Portland Troutdale is, guys. I wonder if... Well, I mean, we should be... So here's our little valley. I would have thought it was after this ridge here. Oh, Troutdale I think is a little further up. Troutdale is there, maybe. Yeah, and so Dead Reckoning would really be flying more by stopwatch and compass. And in fact, when you're navigating by visual reference, you really should be doing a combination of the two. I very loosely go, oh, it's about 6 miles, so that should take us about 3 or 4 minutes. You know, that's not true dead reckoning. True dead reckoning would be, you know, keeping a much more detailed navigation log and doing a much better job of keeping track of our progress as we go. Alright, so I think this might be the valley that kind of opens up. Troutdale might be around to a little bit to the next bend, like right on this peninsula here. That, matter of fact, that might be Troutdale. So I think if we cut up here, where this first one empties out, man, yeah. So ahead and to the left, and you see there's a road and there's an island right along the south bank. I think that is this island that we're looking at. So I think if we cut up from here, we should see these two airports. Sky River Ranch, Cessna 514 Delta Victor is about 6 miles south, 2,400, looking for the fields. Sky River. We might have even cut a little too early. Well, might have even cut a little too early. Might be on that side of the ridge. Difficult to do visual when you don't really know the landmarks. Yeah, that's true. That is true, Trailer. I went from LaGuardia to Albany. I flew over the countryside that I grew up in, and I knew every little hill and radio tower that I saw along the way. Yeah, it is a little easier when you're flying in extremely familiar countryside.
Sky River Ranch traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, right base. I'm not sure what runway that is. It's whichever one is facing eastbound.
Yeah, it's okay probably to say the eastbound runway or the westbound runway. We do that a lot on our bush style trips. It's not uncommon. I think they're both 7 and 2.5, just FYI. Yeah, on the downwind sim bush trips, we do that all the time. We're left base for the eastbound runway, left base for the, you know, straight in for the westbound runway, straight in for the northbound runway. Yeah, that's absolutely inbounds. But just based on the facility directory or the chart supplement, whatever you would like to call it, I think they were both listed as a 7 and 2.5. So we got a little stream here, and the okay. So there's a little stream here, and the airports are supposed to be right next to the stream. We got a pretty sizable school facility there.
Sky River Ranch traffic.
Sometimes a school will be marked on the sectional. I wonder if we go Portland TAC chart. Nope.
Sky River traffic.
But there is that little stream, and there is one field on the north side of that and one field on the south side of that. So we should be looking around here somewhere. I think I'm going to go with my hunch that I turned too early. Track this to the west. Here's power lines. So we got the stream, we got power lines.
Sky River Ranch traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, clear of the runway, Sky River traffic.
And field should be somewhere kind of on a little plateau between. So power lines and stream converge. That's looking suspiciously airstrippy right there. Although it's not clear cut. It is a clearing, but it's not totally clear cut that there's an airport there. I'm gonna take a guess that I've gone too far at this point. Let's cut down to the south. If we do accidentally end up underneath that Charlie goes to 2,000 out here, so we gotta be careful. Anything, guys? Anything? Well, there's that stream that goes right past the school again. What do we have here? This might be something here. Or this here. What do you see, Freckles? I see some driveways. I don't see any planes. What do we got on the left-hand side?
Hello.
Scotty Too Hottie is back here. Yeah, I'm stumped. I'm heading back to the river. We're gonna get our bearings from the river, maybe do a little radio nav cheat and see where we are in relation to a nearby VOR, and see if we can kind of gain our bearings that way. I'll tell you what, guys, it also might be time for a early intermission. The liquid recycling time has come upon me a little earlier than expected. Alright, let's do one real quick check. Make sure, okay, there's still no air traffic control on in the Portland region, in the Seattle Center or Portland approach. So, alright, so this is that island I was talking about. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a dance in the chair tonight. Yep, exactly. So this is, I think, this island right here. Okay, so if I cut straight north off of this island, and there's a bigger island ahead, and then there's Portland Troutdale straight ahead. Okay, so there's that. Yep, I'm looking at the island I think I'm looking at. So there's that. Let's cut north. So there's the island we were just over. There's the island we were looking at. Troutdale's down past it. Super Chicken is here. Alright, so again, 2300 or thereabouts is what we're going to aim for. And pretty much straight due north. In fact, if we were to drag a point right off of that island. Let's say 034. That's a 354. 354. So basically due north. Alright, and there's 2400. So I almost feel like this might be one right here. This might be something. And then just to the north and east of that, you know, it might be something like right in here. Nomadic Lander is here. Nomadic Lander, how are you? Your username is prophetic tonight. We are being extremely nomadic. We're wandering around looking for a field. And, we're not doing a lot of landing because I haven't found any. Did I miss your flight, says Fire Sandy? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm still flying it as far as I know. So here might be, well, yeah, see, the closer I look at it, the more I feel like this is not... Oh, is this it? Am I coming straight in at it? Well, I think that's where the power line comes up over. I think that's actually the clearing for the power lines. Have I ever been to Newfoundland? Nope, I have not. Hold on, this is looking like something, guys. Right here along the tree line. Now, I think I have in the sim, Fire Sandy, I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. But in the real world, I am not. Okay, that's definitely an airport. Now the question is which one. That's probably... That's going to be Brown's Cape Horn. And then is there another one just north and east of it? That's Sky River? Okay, that's north of the stream. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. That's the higher elevation one, yeah. Well, the other thing is it is north of that stream, and the other one was south of that stream. I can't show you on the section. I don't have enough hands. But Sky River was north of that little stream, and then the... Yeah, so we might... That takes me back to the one I kind of looked at and went, yeah, that's it. And then I went, nah, that's not. But this is definitely Sky River Ranch then. Okay. Alright, we picked up a little extra altitude. We're going to kind of do a left close traffic here to runway 24. Sky River Ranch, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's just west and north of the field. 2,500 descending. We're going to do a left close traffic to runway 24, Sky River Ranch. Okay, so there's our crosswind. 2,300 is our target altitude for the pattern. Uh-oh, had a sim crash. ST, alright. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you got time to spawn back in. get the speed down, first notch of flaps in. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command is necessary on this channel, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. Closest gets an automatic entry into our May 27th landing rate raffle. Sky River Ranch, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's left downwind midfield, runway 24, Sky River. Alright, there's not a whole lot to go by as far as landmarks as we make this turn here. We got a little bit of a clearing to follow up from the river base, or from the stream basin. So we'll do our best. Sky River Ranch, traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's turning left base, and then final to runway 24, Sky River Ranch. Alright, dip the wing up, see where we're at. Okay, I got it. Got it in sight. This clearing will be our guideline as we make the turn. 60 knots. Let's not lose too much more airspeed, but we can lose some altitude. Just a little up trim in it. Help me out just a touch. Okay, I think we're good here. Aim for about 50 knots. Correct center line just a touch. I think we're looking okay here. Looks like a bit of an upslope. Be ready to add some power back in just because of the upslope. Otherwise, I think we're looking okay. Oh, no power needed. We're good. Oh, this is tight, though. And we wound up having to putting it down a little bit firm because I needed to get the wheels on the ground and start braking. So a little bit firmer than the last one, but still pretty reasonable. I was actually happy with it. It's just that we came in kind of steep and fast and had to dissipate that energy. Not terribly unreasonable. Yeah, for engineering, you're a little late on that, but it's not going to be the winning number anyway. We try and get the last call as we turn it final. Can't predict after I touch down. That doesn't work. Strobes can come off. We'll get the flaps stowed. Strobes, taxi light off, landing light off, pitot heat off. Go ahead and put her here for now. Parking brake on. It doesn't matter. That number's not going to win anyway. I believe that the number that I'm looking at that's going to be the winning number did come in plenty of time. Again, we'll get the RPMs up over 1,000. I think I got all the lights set, flat stowed. Pitot heat off. Yeah, we're good. Fuel quantity is still good. Alright guys, here's what we wound up with. Again, came in a little steep and fast. We had some high trees on the one side. So I basically had to put it down so that I could get the brakes on and stop by the end of the runway. So 133 is what we wound up with. Again, not too bad though. I was not displeased with it. 148 from not JK. That's 15 away. I think I saw one closer though. We had 7268, 94, 313, 7728, 123 from Melvin. It's 10 away. I think that's going to be it, guys. I think that's going to be the winner. There it is. Melvin Leroy agrees. Let's go ahead and get that jotted down for him. Melvin Leroy, 123, 10 away from our arrival touchdown landing rate here at Sky River Ranch, which is Whiskey Alpha 78. Is that not correct? Sky River Ranch, Whiskey Alpha 78. Yep, that's where we be. Melvin Leroy, Whiskey Alpha 78 on 516. All right, guys, the way this works is the closest predictor to our vertical descent rate gets an automatic entry into our May 27th raffle, our landing rate raffle. We'll pull a ticket out of the fishbowl, and the winner gets their choice of any one of a number of Slant Alpha merchandise items, or if you don't want any of my crap, I can send you instead an electronic gift card to Amazon.com or to Xplain.org store. Xplain.org store, valued at $25 each. Here is the merchandise list: the T-shirts, the ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mugs, and tote bag items that you can choose from if you are the winner. And again, that $25 gift card to either Amazon or Xplain. Got a few of you that are owed the Alphabets Points raffle as well. And the way you enter that drawing, it's two drawings that we do both on the 27th of May. Well, we do it toward the end of every single month. But 27th of May is when we'll do our next one. If you don't get in on either one of these, by the way, don't fret. We'll reset the drawing. We'll reset all entries after each drawing and then start collecting them all over again for June. So the way you get in on the Alphabets Points raffle is the Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel there. We call them on this channel Alphabets Points. Those of you who are old enough to remember Alphabets cereal, my condolences. Doubly so if you're old enough to have consumed any at any point. But that's what we call the points. We got the little alphabet cereal icon down there, and the button next to it lets you cash those in chunks of 1,000 or 5,000. It's to your advantage to save up for 5,000. Cash those in all at once. You get 6 entries for the price of 5. If you prefer to toss them in 1,000 at a time, that is absolutely fine too. Whichever way you prefer to strategize it. Again, May the 27th is the next drawing, and you can cash in as many of those points as you like. In the meantime, between now and then, Viper Strike is owed 2, it looks like. Yup. And Trail Door is owed 6 of those. Alright, I think that catches us up. The next stop that we're going to make here in just a few moments, guys, is going to be, we're going to depart from, well, I'll tell you what, let's take a stab at this Browns Cape Horn. We're going to go ahead and just take off to the west. Let's do kind of a broad circle and see if we can put ourselves on a left downwind to Browns Cape Horn, if we could figure out which one it is. All right, Trailer's bailing. Yeah, thanks, man. It's always good to see you. I'm glad to kind of have you back as a regular, man. You kind of come and go, and I understand that, phases of life come and go, and but we're always happy to have you back on the stream, man, and never any pressure to stick around with us, but happy to see you again. All right, so depart westbound Sky River Ranch, left circuit, see if we can spot this Browns Cape Horn just to our south and a little bit to the west, and we'll try and do a left downwind to that. It's a 2-4 and a 2-4. We'll see how we go. So let's real quick. We're pointed at exactly a 060 right now. Okay, that's yep. DG is lined up well. The heading bug's actually a few degrees off. Or no, these are 7 and 2.5. That's why. Okay, I had that correct then. All right, taxi light on, pitot heat on, parking brake off. Sky River Ranch traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor back taxi and runway 25 Sky River. So we're on the runway. We'll hit the strobes. I mean, runway in air quotes. I'm not completely sure. I see a stripe of grass that is cut less, you know, cut tighter than the rest of it around, so I guess any of this is runway. It's flat enough and long enough, it's a runway regardless. Alright, the trim set, flap set. We get the windows closed. Landing lights on. Pitot heat I already did. Temps and pressures looking good. Sky River Ranch traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor departing runway 25, Sky River Ranch, left crosswind southbound VFR. And we'll aim for the tree that's the furthest away. Lift off. Get a little speed going. Alright, let's get up. I think we made it. Looks like we made it. Sky River Ranch, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, clear the runway 25, left crosswinds, VFR southbound. I love the smell of pine in my landing gear. Yeah, I think we probably took a couple needles as souvenirs. You know, 150 or a 152? It is the JPLogistics mod of the Cessna 152 for flights in 2020. So it is modeled as a 152. Brown's Cape Horn. So this is, I feel like I was looking at this one several times and decided it wasn't a runway, but I guess it must be. I'm concerned a little bit about that line that goes across it. We'll have to see what happens when we get there. I guess it's as airstrippy as we're going to get, right, guys? Or maybe this one here. Maybe, oh, I don't know. They all look kind of dicey. Stug TV, full send it. Yeah, why not? Why not? We'll make it work, guys. We'll make it work. It's the closest thing I see. Browns Cape Horn traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's left downwind midfield for runway 25, Browns Cape Horn. All right, guys, get the predictions in. What could possibly go wrong, says Wheels Up. Get your predictions into the chat again. Just number into the chat, positive or negative. Your best guess as to the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command. No bot command is necessary. It doesn't really hurt anything. Gives our furry co-pilot something to say. Browns Cape Horn traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, left downwind to final now, runway 25, Browns Cape Horn. All right, last call, guys. Which one is it? Oh, carb heat, by the way. I've been forgetting that all night. We'll try and get that in. A little fast. A little fast on this one. Got some
traffic.
Speed
341 Sierra Whiskey.
Speed to bleed off.
Taking the eastbound runway. Be departure to the west.
Yeah, I'm not really at all sure that this is really a runway, but what the heck? It's a runway today. Well, we kind of had to crunch it on there. Optical illusion. I thought I was much closer over the pavement than I was. So, yeah, we'll probably get out and just make sure we didn't bend anything. And again, with all these little crossing driveways and such, yeah, I'm not at all convinced that this is actually an airport, but that's okay. Here we are, regardless.
Sky River traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, clear of the eastbound runway. Sky River.
Strobes off, landing, taxi lights off, pitot heat off. Parking brake can come on. We'll get the idle up to 1,000. We'll go over the winning numbers. I'm going to preset flaps and trim for departure for the next one so I don't forget. Alright, where are we at with the predictions? 95, 90, 80, 83... 99, 110, 148 from 150 from Viper Strike. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be our winner right there, even though we were twice that. Oh well. They can't all be gems, guys. You gotta allow me, you know, one belly flop per night. So there we go. Viper Strike. Yeah, check check the ELT. We might have set it off. Who knows? Viper Strike 9 or 5. And where are we? What is this? This one's called what now? This with Whiskey Alpha 6-3, I think. No, this is for Whiskey Alpha 1.
Browns Cape Horn traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey. Left base. Westbound runway.
Where am I?
Alright, let's see if STW manages a better one than I did.
Browns Cape Horn traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, turning a final for the westbound runway. Browns Cape Horn traffic.
Final for the westbound runway. Alright, so that's north of us. Then this is east, and he should be coming in from the east, headed west. Did he perhaps find a strip that is not where we are? Or is he here somewhere? I don't see him. Anybody seen an airplane around here? Yeah, I really don't think this was the airport, guys. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at that. Wondering if that's actually it. Now there's STW landing where we landed. Anything looking suspiciously airplaning? Yeah, let's go look. No, that's not. That's not it. Yeah, I guess that would have to. I mean, let's.
Browns Browns Cape Horn traffic. Cessna 3410 Whiskey, clear of the runway. Browns Cape Horn.
I don't see anything else it could be, guys. There was the other one. That was the other one we just landed at. That's the Sky River Ranch there. I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else parallel to it. I guess that has to have been it. Yeah, I guess that was it. Whatever. We're here. We made it. Oh, I did say I was going to leave the flaps and trim set for the next departure. All right, so the next one should be a fairly easy one to spot. It's going to be right down there along the river. So we're going to kind of go south and west. Again, we can kind of get our bearings between the smaller and larger island that we spotted earlier. This one is called, what is it called? Pleasant Farm. And let's take a look at it. Now we're going to take a quick intermission, guys. It's a 9 and 2/7 there at Pleasant Farm. It's 1,200-foot turf. It's not going to be much of a field there, but we'll check it out. To spawn in, just need to connect the VATSIM. Yeah, you need to be, obviously, you need to be in the sim someplace. And then just hit connect on your pilot client. And at these smaller fields there, Brad, it's less likely that you're going to have a parking position. Try to spawn in at a parking position if there is one. If not, you can connect. I mean, you can join on a runway, and then I would just say just fire up the plane and taxi off the runway, and then hit connect. Is probably your best bet. Now, of course, if you spawn in and you're not here with us, you might be at the actual airport. Who knows? Anyway, so that's going to be the next stop that we make, guys. We're going to depart from Browns Cape Horn. We're going to go about 4 miles south and west, right along the river, and we're going to look for Pleasant Farm, which is a 9 and 2/7 parallel with the tracks and coastline down there. So that'll be the next stop as we make our way along the Columbia River. It's a series called River Run, guys. We'll run along the river a little bit more in just a few. Sit tight. Lots of flying left to do. Alright guys, back with you. Liquid recycling is done. My bladder thanks you for allowing me that moment to indulge me and take care of that situation. But, whew, yes. Payload weight just decreased by about 5 pounds. Yes, indeed, Melvin. We are with you. Alright, where are we? We are at Browns Cape Horn. We are going to depart out to the west. We are going to head down to the south. We're going to look for Pleasant Farm right along the river. It's a 9 and a 2.7. I mean, really, honestly, what we should do... Alright, here's what we're going to do, guys. Here's what we're going to do. Depart out 2-4. We're going to kind of do a broad left-hand turn. We're going to try and clip the eastern tip of this larger island. And then we're going to kind of come down to a left downwind base and final to runway 27. Field elevation 540, so we'll depart. Aim for about a 15, we'll say 1600 round figures as our cruising altitude for this little short hop. Looks like there is some higher terrain there that we'll want to stay to the left of as we depart. And hopefully not. Again, we're going to try and clip the eastern tip of this river. That will keep us east of the Charlie and east of the Class Delta at Troutdale. Now, do we have VATSIM air traffic control on in this area to call us out if we bust any airspace? No, we don't. However, still, because we are good pretend pilots, we're going to pretend to avoid the pretend airspace around which the pretend other air traffic might be departing and arriving at these pretend airports. For real. Alright, let's take one undocumented checklist item off the list here. And let's go. All airspace is pretend if you think about it, says Brent Engineering. That is, yes. The philosopher's approach to airspace restrictions. I like it. What is air really? So the pitot heat's on, taxi light can come on. We got the, we never did open up the windows, I'm sorry. I'll tell you what, let's just let the plane air out just for a second for Miss Freckles. We'll button those back up when we're ready to go. We are going to depart out to the 2-4 direction, or 2-5 direction, so we're going to taxi out to the 6 direction, so we're pointing in the direction we want to go. That's good, and we're actually pointed at a 065. Let's make sure our gauge agrees. 65 is there. Nope. Parking brake can come off. Where are we again? Browns Cape Horn traffic. Cessna 514 Delta Victor taxiing out to runway 25 for a VFR southwestbound departure, Cape Horn. Alright, fuel quantity is still okay for now. Temps and pressure's looking good. Flap set, trim set. Windows buttoned. Let's get the strobes on. Taxi light off, landing lights on, pito's already on. Browns Cape Horn traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor departing runway 25, Browns Cape Horn. Left 45 is the plan. VFR southwestbound. Temps and pressure's looking good. Let's go. Aim for the lowest of the trees. Yeah, I think we're good there.
Cape 1 traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, taxiing for a westbound departure, or westbound VFR departure, Cape 1.
Alright, so turning kind of southwest-ish. And... okay, so now I can see the tip of that island that we were kind of talking about. Let's kind of aim for it. And again, the field elevation 1540, so 1,600 feet really is going to be all we need. And that's it right there. Let's get the RPMs off the red line. Level the plane out by use of the yoke. And then as soon as I get it stabilized, we can trim out the forces and go hands off here. Just make sure I'm looking at the island I intend to be looking at. Or is this, I think this is the island I'm looking at.
Cape 4 traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, departing on the...
And we're still climbing, we don't need to be.
Going to be departing to the southwest, Cape 1.
So again, let me redraw what we had talked about was our plan. Take off kind of this way, now over this tip of the island, and then a left downwind to 27. So is that island yet? Okay, we're kind of clipping that. We can pull a little bit of power out. We can aim the nose down just a little bit, get down to 1,600. We can start looking for our field. It's right along in there somewhere. Picking up some speed. So we need to drop about 200 feet, and we're right on the yellow, the yellow arc of the airspeed. So you're hearing me drop the power out. As soon as we get to 1,600, I'll level it out, trim it out. Doesn't look like we need to go too far up, back up the coast. We should see this thing pretty much right along the left-hand side here. That's a road that's got cars on it. That's a road. By the time we get this far up, I feel like we're probably past it. Well, let's circle around again. maybe what we'll do is we'll keep the coast off of our left wing, so we can kind of look out just below us there and see, you know, have a good view of what's down below and what might be landable here. I mean, unless it's like this, like right along the end of that island. I mean, that's the only thing I can see. So we'll take a stab and say that that's it there. I mean, I can definitely see that's a road that leads up to it. But then this, you know, might well be an airstrip, I guess. Suspiciously airstrippy with nice little tufted trees right there next to it, too. Yeah, I'm going to call that it, guys. I guess it's as good as we're going to get. I'm not sure I believe it, but if somebody wants to spawn in there, where is it? This is Pleasant Farm. Whoops, hold on. Whiskey Alpha 63 is the identifier. It looks like a Pleasant Farm, so I guess it's as close as we're gonna get. Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's in a left downwind midfield runway 27 Pleasant Farm. Alright guys, get some predictions going in. No bot command is necessary, just a number into the chat representing your guess as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch. Closest gets an automatic entry into our May 27th landing rate raffle drawing. Prizes to include, oh, we got traffic immediately ahead of us here. Hang on, guys. Alright, so I'm gonna do a quick 360 to the right, let that aircraft enter the pattern first, if that's what they intend to do. I do not know. Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, encountered another aircraft in the pattern, making a right 360 on the left downwind runway 27. We'll report rejoining. Pleasant Farm.
Traffic at Pleasant Farm is probably 1 Sierra Whiskey. I was just trying to make sure I knew where the runway was, but Pleasant Farm's traffic, 1 Sierra Whiskey is turning left base runway 27, Pleasant Farm.
Yeah, that's fine. Just wound up right on top of you, man. So it's just decided to make sure we didn't land on top of one another. All good. And I'm not 100% we're 100% certain that I'm looking at the right thing, but we're gonna just call it close enough. I know it's to the east of the tip of this island here, but the only thing I'm seeing is like right at the tip of the island, and the chart kind of makes it look like it should be further up the coast to the east. I just didn't see anything else up there. Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's rejoined a left downwind midfield runway 27 Pleasant Farm.
Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 341 Sierra Whiskey is on final runway 27, Pleasant Farm.
Okay, so there he is. He's aiming for basically the same spot we are, so we'll go with that. Don't want to lose too much altitude just yet. One more notch of flaps to go in. So we're beam him there. We can wait kind of until he's kind of a 45-degree angle over our shoulder. If this is a 90, it's 45 ahead, 90 degrees, and then 45 behind. That's kind of when you want to make a turn in. All right, last call for the predictions is when we roll it out on final, guys. Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's turning left base and final now, runway 27 Pleasant Farm. I think ST ought to have enough time to get off the runway, so we should be okay here. Carb heat. Been forgetting that all night. We'll remember it this time. Yeah, still very high. Very high and steep. Let's get some altitude off. Let's see if I can cross controls and get some altitude off. I don't know how well that's going to work.
Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 341 Sierra Whiskey, clear of what we think is the runway, Pleasant Farm.
I'm kind of lined up for where you are. Well, okay, we're good here. We're good. Yeah, I initially thought it was that strip immediately adjacent to the river. Now that I'm lining up for it, I feel like this clearing is more like it, but that's okay. I think we're okay. Well, maybe not. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know whether we landed on a strip or not, guys. We're landing in a field. Carb heat, flaps. Reset the trim. No idea. Nice smooth landing, though. I was happy with it. Yeah, no idea. No idea. So was it this over to the right then? I don't really know. Doesn't really look like that's any smoother. Deep fried's about to spawn in. Okay, yeah, we're at Pleasant Farm, which is Whiskey Alpha 63. So, who knows. Alright, parking brake is on. Ito off. Landing and taxi lights off. Strobes off. And let's talk about our winning number here. You got a great off-field landing. Exactly. Yeah, that's the nature of the series. But it made up for the last one, at least. Registered a little higher than what I felt. But, I'm not displeased with the overall execution. 134 is what we got as our winning number. Let's see where we wound up with the predictions. 92, 78, 101, 152 from Melvin. That's 18 away, is that right? 134 to 110 is 24 away. So Melvin's got it with the 152. Anybody else come in close? Oh, see, Patel came back and said hello to us. Haven't seen or heard from you in a good long while, C. Patel, but it's good to see you back here. And Deep Fried Friday and Astro Charles Also kind of popped in at the last minute. We already said hello to Deep Fried. So, Astor Charles, welcome back to the stream. Yeah, good to see you back here, man. Actually, see Patel. It just occurred to me, like, not only have I seen you before on the stream, I've seen you before, literally seen you before. So good to see you again in a virtual sense, at least. But yeah, man, it's been a while. Welcome back. 134. So was that Melvin again, guys? I think 152 to 134 is going to be the winner. It's at 18 away. To be 18 away on the bottom side, we would have had to have a 116 or higher. I don't think I see a 116 or higher. I think it is Melvin again, guys. Double check me on the math, but I'm giving the ticket to Melvin Leroy here at wherever we are. C. Patel says, yes, indeed. I figured I'd check out some streams. Yeah, good to see you back here. Microsoft Flight Sim keeps crashing on approach, so I gave up on it for a bit. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I know how frustrating that is. Knock on wood, I've had very good luck with stability. For me, I don't run the AIG model matching because I just feel like a lot of people have said they have crashes are running that, and I don't run a whole lot of add-ons and a whole lot of scenery. I kind of keep it as lean as possible. That's my secret, and it's worked out well for me, but knock on wood that it's not going to make a liar out of me, hopefully. All right, where are we? Pleasant Farm. And what did we decide this was? Whiskey Alpha 63. On 516. Melvin Leroy picks up his second of the night. Alright guys, what's next? I think we've got two more on the south side, on the Oregon side. We'll go down here. And we got, by the way, we got two next to each other, Schmidt and Flying K. I think I'm just going to make the one stop here. We could go nuts and totally stop at like 5, 6, 7 of these places. I think we're just going to do Lehman, we're going to do Schmidt, and then we're going to head up here to Troutdale. Go Bear Sunshine says AIG plus pushback helper plus your control is doomed for your FPS. Yeah, I don't have the your controls and I don't have the AIG model matching. Pushback helper I do have, or no, pushback helper. That one I ditched in favor of the toolbar pushback. Is the one I have now, but I did have that pushback helper one as well. That's the one that has it's a separate app. But I've had both. ST says I use AIG. I've been fine except for that one crash today. Yeah. So who knows? I mean, I don't really know. I mean, it's a mystery. I just, like I said, I feel like the leaner I can keep it with add-ons, the less there is the possibility of conflict. But it's also probably luck. It's also possibly just the combination of hardware and drivers. I mean, who knows? There's a zillion factors, and unless you really can replicate a crash, you never really do know. That's the sad thing. All right, where'd we end up, guys? So we're kind of facing the field, and we're going to take off to the west, so that means we're going to taxi to the east. And actually going to more or less head south, but I'm going to taxi to the east. It's up on the plateau, and according to Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's a giant hole in the ground. Okay, so that's why we didn't see it. So this really, it really is as close as we could have gotten. I did say I felt like the chart was depicting it further east from the tip of the island here. Oh, and matter of fact, we could have looked for the road and railway. It looks like it's right on the other side of the road and railway. But as Deep Fried Friday is saying, it's depicted as a giant hole in the ground, and I'm not going to worry about it. Obviously, we wouldn't have been able to land there anyway. But that's okay. That's the nature of this series. Sometimes we successfully find these places, sometimes we don't, and sometimes you feel like a nut, and sometimes you don't. Alright, so we're going to take off, and we're going to head south. We're going to head south, but we're going to actually, because we're further west than what's depicted here, we're going to head south and a little east. We're going to look for, there is a little bit of elevation change here. We're going to look for this Lehman Field. The field elevation there, 1003. with a little bit of higher terrain just to the east of it. And we can really look for, if we find the Sandy River, we can kind of follow that down. We also do need to make sure we stay at least 4 miles away from Portland Troutdale. So what I think we can do, if we're coming straight off of that...
Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 341 Sierra Whiskey, taking the westbound runway for southbound VFR departure, Pleasant Farm.
So if we, and really remember, we're kind of taking off from more like here.
Pleasant Farm traffic, what is actually Pleasant Farm, aka a giant hole in the ground traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu, revving up, trying to take off in the giant hole. See you in a minute.
So anyways,
likely I'll see you in hell.
So we're more or less right here on this little outcropping, I think. So that's maybe a better depiction. Let's say 189. And so I think what we'll do is a 189 for 4 miles, and we'll look for this double bend in the Sandy River, and that's going to be our cue to cut over to the east and look for Lehman Field. Now, while we got this open, let's see what the runway orientation at Lehman is. Yeah, see, this is the perfect example, guys. Look at this. This is how informal bush flying often is, especially at these little private strips. Look at the runway orientation. It's not runway number E and runway number W. It's just an east and west runway. That's as specific as this guy's willing to get. 2,300 foot turf east and west runway. So we're gonna go aim for a left downwind for the westbound runway. So that's gonna be our plan. So we're gonna draw again something like what we want to do here. We're going to depart from this little thing. We're going to find this islands. We're going to essentially maybe do a 180 off of the tip of the island for 4 miles.
Okay, Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna
Find this double bend in the
taking
Sandy River.
The alternate westbound runway.
And if we do a kind of a broad turn to the east, and then a left downwind to the east-west to the westbound runway at Lehman Field. Yeah, so I missed in the chat, but what we're seeing here with the magenta arrows is a VFR route that allows aircraft to navigate safely around the Charlie by visual means. Again, if you're VFR, it's assumed that you're not navigating by instruments. You could just navigate, like a 12-mile DME arc around Portland if there is a VOR there. I don't even know if there is one. Yeah, there's a Columbia VOR. No, Columbia DME. So you don't have direction, but you do have distance there. So you could do something like that, but this is a visual means of navigating eastbound around the Portland class Charlie if you start at what's that, Estacada, and
Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 341 Whiskey.
You look for the little town called Sandy, and then you go straight up to Crown Point, which is, I guess, is a particular spot in the coastline that you can fly over, and then you go north and west, and you head for the prison, and that is how you'll know that you're out of the Charlie and the Delta. Oh, the black arrow in tower. Yeah, that is a power line. Yep. We got a railroad that runs through east and west here, and I'm not sure exactly which power line you were talking about, but this is an example of a power line, that crisscrosses to the north and east. Yep. All right, let's go. Taxi light on, parking brake off. Let's double check we got flaps and trim set for departure. Flaps and trim set. We're going to taxi to the east. Make sure that we're pointed at a 350. Pretend Pleasant Farm traffic. Cessna 514 Delta Victor taxiing east to the end of the fake runway 27 at Pleasant Valley, Pleasant Farm. I mean, again, what is real when it comes to your simulated runways? But we'll just use this tuft of trees as our starting point. Go ahead and button up the windows. Get the pitot heat on, landing lights on, taxi light off, strobe light on. C. Patel with the subscription too. Thank you so much. Temps and pressures looking good. Oil, I'm sorry. Yeah, temps and pressures looking good. Fuel quantities adequate. Trim and flaps set. Carb heats off.
Traffic. Cessna 1 Delta Zulu just flew into the air and flew over. Now connected to VATSIM. Going to be taxiing the east runway for takeoff.
Pleasant Farm, Cessna 514 Delta Victor departing runway 27. Pleasant Farm is going to be VF southbound left crosswind off the runway. Pleasant Farm. Pleasant Farm, Pleasant Farm, Pleasant Farm. Alright, away we go. And again, we want to kind of turn west as soon as we can. Make sure we don't encroach on that Class Delta airspace. So we want to stay over the eastern tip of this island as best as we can.
Fake Pleasant Farm traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu taking off. Going to be following other Cessna traffic out of fake Pleasant Farm.
We're trendsetters on this channel, guys. Alright. Let's get some altitude going. From the eastern tip of the river, we're doing about a 1... And we want to do it more like a 180. The rain's rising kind of rapidly, but we don't want to get ourselves in trouble with the hill here.
Lamont Field, Cessna 341 Sierra Whiskey, overflying the field. North to south, we'll be entering a left downwind for the westbound runway, Lamont Field.
Alright, so we are tracking southbound. We need to be looking for this zigzaggy river coming from our right. Kind of think I see it in the haze here. Zigzagging kind of ahead to our left. Lehman Field is a 1,000 foot elevation, so we're going to aim for 2,000 feet.
Lamont Field, Cessna 341 Sierra Whiskey, turning left base for the westbound runway, Lamont Field.
And our friend STW has found it already. Should be heading to our left here somewhere. Here is what we believe would be that sandy river. That is kind of a pronounced northern turn there. Is there another pronounced northern turn next to it? Or are we over top of that? Or 2,500, I'm gonna drop some power and some trim and level it out. I'm turning to the right so I can look over my shoulder.
341 Sierra Whiskey, about let's see, a 2-mile final for the westbound runway, Lamont Field.
So there is what appears to be one of the two loops that we were talking about. In the Sandy River. Jimbo Briggs with the follow there. Thank you so much, Jimbo. Welcome, welcome to the stream. Oh, we're still climbing, man. We're gonna get some down trim going. Alright, so off of that pronounced loop in the river, which, okay, I think I do see two of them there. We kind of go 2 miles east. Oh, that might be it right there. Is that it? Well, I'm headed east, and it should be
Montfield traffic, Cessna 341
perpendicular to
clear
me.
the runway, Montfield.
So, wait a minute, this could be it here. Yeah, there it is. I'm 1,000 feet above pattern altitude, though. Alright, I'm going to turn to the south. I don't want to descend into the pattern. That's a great way to descend on top of somebody. I'm going to head to the south. We're going to join a 45 to left downwind once we get down to pattern altitude here, guys. Lehman Field, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's about 2 miles south, 2,700 descending. We're going to maneuver south and west and join a 45 to left downwind for the westbound runway at Lehman Field. Yeah, it's amazing how much those little strips blend. Yeah, indeed. As someone pointed out earlier, man, it's so much easier when you know this area, which I do definitely not. You can kind of pick it up. Once you get really good at picking out little identifiable spots in the terrain and on the chart, terrain and little identifiable spots in the water, identifiable spots on the river and islands, it gets a little easier once you get good at that. I am not good at it. Alright, we're at 2,000. I'm going to put some power back in. I'm going to actually drop the first notch of flaps in. On previous sims, you have a big rectangle around the runway. Yeah, indeed. That is true. This ain't no previous sim. Those power lines would be super easy to spot, I think, too. Look for the straight line of cut down forest. Yeah, indeed. And in some spots, that is very easy. In the wooded areas. Other spots, either it's not. There's also no guarantee that it's well represented in the sim. Sometimes stuff is there as you expect it to be, and sometimes it's not. So it's a little bit hit or miss, especially with these smaller fields. So
Lehman traffic, 1 Delta Zulu with the field in sight. Just passed over it, entering a right downwind for the whatever. Which direction are we landing?
West, preferably.
Okay, for the west runway, 1 Delta Zulu.
Okay, I think I'm coming back on it.
Portland traffic, United 466 will enter on the left downwind runway 1 dash. Runway 10 left, correction. Runway 10 left. Portland traffic.
Lehman Field, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's entering a left downwind runway, for the westbound runway at Lehman Field.
Lehman traffic, 1 Delta Zulu turning upwind. Going to be coming around to the west runway at Lehman.
Guys, can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the predicted vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch. There's no bot command necessary for that on this channel. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative, will do. winner closest predictor gets the entry into the May 27th landing rate raffle. Gotta have them in by the time I turn final, guys. We're gonna kind of use this pretty big clearing here, or what I thought was a warehouse, but I guess it's more just a clearing. That's kind of our turn-in spot. Lehman traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's left base to final now for the westbound runway at Lehman.
Lehman traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu, left downwind, going to be landing western runway 11.
Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, I think we did good on that one.
Front traffic, United 466, and left base, runway 10, Portland traffic.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Overall worked out a little better than some have tonight. Throw the flaps, get the carb heat off. Ito. Probes. Landing lights off. Yeah, that worked out really well. Pull in behind our friend STW. We'll see if we can spin around. Oh, it looks like I got at least one that's dead on, guys. Alright, parking brake. Idle to 1000. See if we can watch our friend Delta Zulu's arrival. Should be ahead of us here. Don't quite see him yet. Keep your eyes peeled. In the meantime, we can talk about the winning number.
Traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu turning left base at a final for the west runway, Lehman.
Left base to final. Okay, so we should be seeing him somewhere here.
Horizon 292 ready.
I don't see. I don't see anybody, but up, I got some. Yeah.
On short final, 1 Delta Zulu.
Yeah, I got some lights there.
Front traffic, United 466, turning left crossing, runway 10 left, Portland traffic.
Looked nicely done. Very good, very good. Alright, let's talk about our winning number. We did have one that kind of nailed it dead on here, so congratulations to Bird Dog. 98. Anybody else have it? 148, 122, 95 people with only 3 off, but got edged out by the dead-on entry from Bird Dog. 9, 101, 101, another close one. 80, 88, 90, bunch of you in the ballpark here. 111. So Bird Dog, 4847 Mike gets a double entry there for Lehman Field. And we got some cheer bits there from Sniffy Plays. Lurking because of it's a meeting, but it's good to be able to catch you. Yeah, indeed. Always good to see you here, Sniffy.
Portland traffic, Horizon 292 pushing back from Alpha.
Yeah, the broken clock is back in the house, indeed, right.
For Bravo. Dispatch inside.
And you got one entry per every time that broken clock is correct in a day's time. So OR50, Oscar Romeo 50. 516. Oscar Romeo 50 on 516. And it is Bird Dog. 4847 Mike. Bird Dog. We'll take a quick second to explain these raffles for those of you who might be new to the channel. There are two that we do on this channel, ongoing all the time. Our next drawing is on May the 27th. If you don't get an entry into either of the two raffles by May 27th, don't fret, because after each drawing, we reset all the entries. We start collecting them all over again for the next month. May the 27th, like I said, will be our next one. So what we do is we get your predictions as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch, and the closest predictor above or below either direction gets an entry into that raffle. In addition to that, we've got our Alphabets points raffle, the raffle that you can enter by virtue of those Alphabets points, those Twitch channel points, which you can find there at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the Alphabets serial icon down there, and it indicates our Twitch channels points that we call Alphabets here. You can cash in 1,000 at a time for one entry, or 5,000 at a time for 6 entries. Again, you do get the bonus entry for cashing in 5,000 all at once. So strategy says you want to save up and hit that 5,000 mark if you think you're going to be here, and get enough of those points saved up to hit that 5,000 mark prior to May 27th. So that would be your best bet. However, if you're not sure you're going to hit that threshold, or you're not for sure you're going to remember to put an entry in, you can certainly cash them in 1,000 at a time. Really, it's however you want to do it is fine with me. Cash in as many points as you have in chunks of 1,000 or 5,000, and as soon as I get down to my next destination, we'll get those entered into the system. Again, we'll pull one entry out of the landing rate raffle and one entry out of the Alphabets raffle on May the 27th. The winners each get their choice of one item from this list, guys. The black Slant Alpha t-shirt, the white Slant Alpha t-shirt, or the white t-shirt with the black trim. We got the white ball cap, the mouse pad, the coffee mug, traditional or tapered coffee mug. We got the tote bag as well. And if you want, instead of any of my crap, you are welcome to choose instead a $25 Amazon gift card or a $25 xplane.org store gift card if you happen to be the winner of those one or both of those drawings. So Aerobrad put a ticket in. JCT 32 gets 3 of them cashed in. Okay, we'll get those taken care of real quick. And then, guys, the thing you can do once these are entered, once I got these conversions put in for you, what did I say? Aerobrad, you get one. JCT. Ah, that didn't work. The keyboard kind of balances on top of the yoke. It's not always a very effective typing setup here, guys. We do our best. Thought about getting like some Velcro strips or something to hold it on there a little bit firmly, and then JC2 gets 3.
Flight traffic going 466, turning left crossing.
So 1, 2, 3 of those, and one for Aerobrad, and there we go. I think we're all caught up. Pro Coastman with the resub. Thank you, Pro Coastman. So it's those subs, it's the donations, it's the cheer bits, it's the merchandise sales, all that stuff that you do to support the channel, guys, is how we support these raffles. This is not an income. This is not my gig. This is not my primary job here, like it is for some streamers. It's not even a side income. Pretty much all the money that we earn from the stream goes back into the stream, and a good chunk of it goes back into the stream in the form of these prizes that we do for these monthly giveaways. Again, 2 prizes per month, because we got one goes to the landing rate raffle winner and one goes to the Alphabets points raffle winner. What airport are you all at? We are in the Pacific Northwest, kind of skirting along the Columbia River. It's a series that we call River Run, and we're at Lehman Field. Next one that we're going to is Schmidt Airfield, 6 Omeo Rosker. Rutro. 6 Oscar Romeo 7, 6 OR7, Schmidt Field, just to the south and west of our current position here at Lehman Field. And again, you know, our goal is to kind of go along the river and hit as many of these little private strips as we can, but in the vicinity of Portland, you could really go down a rabbit hole hitting all these little private ones. So we're just going to hit a couple. You know, Schmidt will be the next one. We'll come up here to Portland Troutdale, which is a Class Delta airport. And I still think we don't have any air traffic control on in the Portland area. Would have loved to have had a Portland Charlie on or a Troutdale Delta on, but it's all right. We could have pre-coordinated with Seattle. ARTCC Seattle is really good with general aviation advance. I don't know if they would have come on just for us or not, but we didn't ask, so it's certainly not their fault. And we got that sub from Aerobrad as well. Thank you guys so much for the generous support. Like I said, so much of what we earn from the stream ends up going right back to you guys. So, all right. So, what is the plan here? And again, it's the east and west runway. We're going to take off to the west. If I hover over this, what does it say? Is the wind there? 310 at Troutdale. I hear somebody doing patterns on the 10s at Portland, but the wind is 340, so it's prevailing westbound wind. So we'll presume departing to the west. And 6 Oscar Romeo 7 is Schmidt, and that is a 7-2-5 also. So we'll presume that the plan is something along the lines of... Let me get back on the screen. Oh my goodness, Scotty Tuhani doling out the gift subs like candy. And Scotty, man, you know, like I said, it's this really super generous support that allows us to do all these giveaways. By the way, coming up at the end of June, we'll have our June raffle, but we're also going to do a special giveaway night at the end of June for the 4th anniversary of the stream as well. So again, all this generous support is coming at us in a very timely fashion here as we prepare for our 4th anniversary celebration, where we'll probably do about $100 worth of giveaways that night. Lehman Field, we're going to depart to the west, head south. What are we going to do, guys? We want to stay out of the delta here, so we can't go too far west. So let's go back to kind of this double zigzag in the river and head south. But then we'll look out to the right. We may just bang a right base into the field if we can. If not, we'll maybe do right entry into the pattern and then a left closed traffic. So if we're going to do this, we'll probably want to do it at traffic pattern plus 500. And then as we make our call, you know, we can join, or maybe even, yeah, what's the proper way? I mean, the proper way would be what? Proper way would be to fly to the west, cross over from north to south, and then do like a 45 over the town of Boring. We got one of those in Maryland as well. Over the town and then left downwind. That would be the proper way. So as you overfly, it'd be 1,500 above field elevation, and then as you come out here, you get down to 1,000 above field elevation. Join the 45 left downwind. So that's kind of maybe what we're planning for there. All of our friends have left us already, so let's go ahead and go, guys. Back into the airplane we go. Yeah, Scotty, thank you so much, man. We got a hype train rolling as well. Oh, and there's a departure. Westbound departure going right in front of us. Taxi light coming on. Parking brake is off. So, Duckman, we are on the VATSIM network. So I think if you join the Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 multiplayer server USA East, you'll see me, but I will only see you if you are part of the VATSIM network. You're more than welcome to do that, by the way. You just won't be featured on the stream. All of our flying is done on the VATSIM network, so if you want to really participate with us, you would need to have a VATSIM account, and that's, by the way, the network over which you're hearing the radio calls happen as well. That's all something you can't do on just a regular multiplayer server. But yeah, I think technically speaking, if you join USA East, you'll see me. I just won't know that you're there. I think. I don't really know. I don't pay much attention to the multiplayer server on Flights in 2020 because we just do all this over the VATSIM network. Is that a plane up there? Yeah, okay, so we want to make sure that they take off first. Taxi lights coming off.
I'm in traffic, Boeing 466, about 3 miles to the west overflying the area at 1,500. I'm in traffic.
Oh, Viper, yeah, you gotta be a subscriber for that to work.
Cessna 1 Delta Zulu taking off, westbound runway.
Strobes coming on, landing lights coming on, pitot heat coming on. You ready, Freckles? Still got, we still got fuel. Starting to look a little low on the one side. I'll tell you what, when we get down at our next destination, we'll add some fuel. Flaps, trim set. Yeah, she gets vibes when ghost planes are about people. Yeah, possibly so. Oh, we got somebody on the runway here. Somebody in a GA type unknown, but spawned in as a caravan for us. Oh, that's you? Okay. Oh, that you're an X-Cub? Okay, well, we're lined up behind you. Unless you want us to go around you. Alright, and again, so we're going to take off to the west. Left crosswind, southbound. Or, yeah, actually, kind of southwest. We'll look for the field, Schmidt Field, and we'll do kind of a teardrop entry to the left downwind, westbound runway. Oh my goodness, we got a level 2 hype train going, guys. This is incredible. I can't thank you enough for the support. Uh-oh. That takeoff didn't look like it went very well.
Foreign traffic region 555, 4 mile final runway 28 left Portland.
Okay, well, hope that you got...
And traffic, right 292, taking out runway 28 left, making an immediate
Okay,
takeoff.
have fun.
Right 292.
Oh, here we go. We got the lights and all that stuff on. Away we go. Up, up, and away. Make sure we get obstacle clearance. Get the flaps in. I'm going to turn kind of to the south and west. We want to kind of loosely join that Sandy River, headed southbound. Was there not, guys, those of you who know the show How I Met Your Mother, was there not a character in How I Met Your Mother called Sandy Rivers? What's the field elevation at Schmidt? I can't see it. My magenta line's going through it. I think it's 650 something. Is that what that says? Yeah, 650 even. Okay. Good enough. Yeah, I think it was Sandy Rivers. I think he was like the newscaster or something. Alright, so 650. That's right, Robin's co-anchor. That's right. Thank you, guys. Alright, so we kind of want to head southbound. We're just, I guess, west of the Sandy River. We can stop climbing. I got the flaps in. So there's, you know, kind of one of those distinctive jukes in the river. let's look out to our right. Oh, this is going to be one where we see 10,000 things that all look like they could be airstrips. Oh boy. All right. Well, one thing we can do is we can look for, like I said, other landmarks. If we see, you know, this divided highway here, we can kind of go off of that.
Yeah, there's a Rogue 737 buzzing around with all the GA planes.
Just ignore him, guys. The more you draw attention to him, the more it encourages them.
Right, 922, so 28 left, and it's currently at 4,000 feet.
Schmidt traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu on a over the town of Boring on a left downwind Schmidt.
Alright, so sorry I had to... had to do something off screen there for a second. Surprisingly difficult to spot these little strips. Yeah, okay, so I think this might be this divided highway. Let's get back over to the map here. This might be this US 26 going north and west. So if we follow 26 north and west and we find... we don't want to follow it too far north and west, because we're going to end up in that delta. Whoops. But if we know that that's where we are.
Schmidt traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey on a left crosswind for the westbound runway, Schmidt traffic.
Cropdale traffic, Cessna November 8 Juliet Kilo, departing runway 23, VFR out to the west.
So again, kind of find that highway and follow it down toward the town of Boring, which is, I know we heard one of our friends call that they were over the town of Boring. So if we kind of get back on that divided highway, south and eastbound, and then Boring is going to be to our right. South and east, Boring to the right.
Whiskey, left downwind for the westbound runways. Be full stop, Schmidt traffic.
Schmidt traffic, Cessna 461 Delta Zulu left base for the westbound runway, Schmidt.
Portland traffic, you got a Mad Dog, 10 miles ILS 28 left.
So, is this the town of Boring? And then... a little bit of cool guy pilot speed coming in there, yeah. This is my favorite. I got a few of them, and this is one of them.
Who's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box?
All right, let's see if we can regain our bearings. So here's, we're going east. We see this distinctive loop to the south on the river. And
Schmidt traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, turning left to base for the westbound runway. Schmidt traffic.
I think I might be... I'm kind of following a major highway to the south and east. Was that the... I might be... Man, I might have passed the town of Sandy. I might be so far out now because I was kind of transfixed with doing something off stream. And I've really kind of shattered my navigation. What we can do, guys, I'll show you. And this probably happens, I would say, once per stream, but probably more often than that. This is where you can employ a little bit of radio navigation technique.
Cessna 1 Delta Zulu on what I think is the final.
Yeah, I've kind of lost my bearings here, so what I'm going to do...
Portland Mac, final 28 left. Portland.
Again, this kind of looks like...
Well, I see an aircraft parked there. I'm thinking I'm at the right place.
This kind of looks like that divided highway. This 26... with the river up ahead on the right. So Schmidt, probably one of these in here, guys.
Yeah, I'm right here. Oh God, there's about to be a collision. Okay.
Alright, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head basically due north. And I think I'm probably going to give up on this one, just because there's too much in this area oriented east and west that could be a runway. Plus, if you look on the chart, there's like two right next to each other. So even if we found one, we wouldn't be able to say for sure whether it's Schmidt or Flying K bar. Flying K bar J. That's a mouthful. Melvin's down there. Alright, well, those of you down at Schmidt, I'm going to head on out to Troutdale, so if you want to meet me there, that one should be a little easier to spot. Now, Troutdale is a delta. We would actually need to discuss with the tower controller, if there was one, permission to land, well, first of all, to enter that delta airspace, and then to land at Troutdale. So what we're going to do is we're going to head up to the river. We're going to figure out what we can use as a reference. I think we're going to use that eastern tip of that island, which is just outside the delta. We would call in. Again, there's not any VATSIM air traffic control online right now, but we would call in as though we are, you know. Let me regain my bearings here. We would give our call sign, their call sign, our call sign, our position and altitude, and our intentions. Troutdale field elevation is 39 feet, so we're going to probably be at about 1,000 to 1,500. So we're going to say we're 5 miles east of the field, inbound for full stop, and we would basically wait for them to call us back. Okay, we got some Some pretty good zigzags in the river, so I think we're once again kind of over this section here, headed north. And so we want to kind of make sure we stay off of that tip of the island. And okay, I see the island up ahead. And we're at 3,000. I think we can probably start descending. Is that Sarfin or Sarfu? I can't. Sarfin, I think it is. Sarfin's asking about settings. So I've run mostly Ultra, and then I made just a few tweaks to get the performance a little bit nicer, but most of the settings are Ultra. I've got a pretty decent computer. If you want to go under the About tab, you'll see my computer specs, and it's a pretty decent rig. Been running it for about almost 2 years now. So this, at this point, if we had a Delta controller on at Troutdale, it would be Troutdale Tower, Cessna 514 Delta Victors, 5 miles east along the river, 2,800 descending, inbound for a full stop at Troutdale. And they would basically say something like 514 Delta Victor, make straight in runway, whatever the westbound runway is. What is the westbound runway, Troutdale? It's a 2.5 and a 7, as most things around here are. And we'll park at transient parking on the north end. So at that point, they would say Cessna 514 Delta Victor, make straight in approach runway 25, and might even say runway 25 clear to land. If they answer you by call sign, you got enough to enter the Delta. You don't need anything more than two-way communication. Oh, you see, Patel, yeah, it's a good point. You guys can start putting some predictions in as to our vertical descent rate upon touchdown for our landing here at Troutdale. No bot command is necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. Know that you mean a descent rate either way. And see, Patel, we'll catch you later, man. A little hard to spot, but I happen to know that it is in that haze ahead.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu on a left base for 25 Troutdale.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's on about a 2 mile straight in, runway 25 Troutdale. We'll do our best to keep the speed up until short final, guys.
Schmidt traffic, November 11816, departing westbound via right-hand VFR turnout to the north. Schmidt.
Coming in a little high. So we're going to drop some altitude now. Get that second notch of flaps in when we can. So we can get back on profile. If we need to do a forward slip, we can. Don't think we're going to need to do that, though. I think we should be okay with the descent we got as we have it here. Troutdale traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's on about a half-mile final, runway 25, Troutdale. Which way did we say the transient traffic was? North side. Alright, last notch of flaps. Alignment's a little off, we'll get it fixed.
Schmidt traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, taxiing to the westbound runway, Schmidt traffic.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu on a 3-mile final for 25 Troutdale.
Alright, let's get off to the right as soon as we can. Troutdale traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, clear 25 Troutdale. Transient parking to the north. Flaps can be stowed. Heat there, heat off. Strobes off. Landing lights, taxi lights.
Just entering the river, going to be making a right-hand turn extended. Final 25 Troutdale.
How we do with the predictions? I see one that's within 5. I think I've got my... Well, let's see, hold on. No, I see one that's within 4.
Traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, entering the westbound runway for a northwestbound departure, Smith traffic.
We'll regroup here at Troutdale, guys. What's 10 o'clock? We'll regroup here at Troutdale, and then got a couple more stops to make. Maybe 2 more stops to make, I think. Parking brake is on.
Troutdale traffic, November 11816 is on a 3-mile final, runway 25, Troutdale.
Idle it to 1,000. Windows already open, lights already done, strobes already done, flaps and trim already reset. I'm going to go ahead and set flaps and trim for departure. And let's...
Troutdale traffic, 1 Delta Zulu, very short final, 25 Troutdale.
See if we can watch some of our friends arrive here. Yep, we got one on short final.
Yeah, Troutdale, we've got that landing traffic in sight, November 11816, number 2, runway 25.
Smith traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, clear the westbound runway, Smith.
There we go, nicely done. We'll look for Melvin. By the way, while we're waiting for Melvin, winning number. Is that on screen or is it off the bottom left?
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu, clear the runway, Troutdale.
83 is our winner. Good fixings with the perennial 88. Almost had it, but Melvin came in with the 87s, 4 away. Anybody with a 79 or higher? 54, 152, 90, 148, 120, 111, 101,
Traffic, Cessna
87, 97, 110.
We'll make left
Old Fly Guy was rooting for the butter at 50. Dunkback came back and stopped in. JFR Ibis with the 41. STW 120. Good fixings again. Just got barely edged out with that 88. I'm going to say Melvin is our winner. Is that the third of the night? My goodness, Melvin. It is. Melvin's unstoppable, guys. At KTTD on 5/16. And Melvin just made his arrival. Looked pretty good to me, Melvin. Looked pretty good to me. Gonna make that first turn off? Uh-oh. Did he disappear? Melvin should play the lottery unless he just had a crash to desktop. Unless I got disconnected. I still have somebody sitting next to me. Sim froze. Oh, man. Fingers crossed that it comes back, man. Anybody else on their way into Troutdale? I'm going to take another quick break out of the cockpit. We have a couple more stops to make tonight.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, turning onto a 3-mile final, Troutdale traffic.
STW is here. Okay, Melvin disconnected. Oh, hopefully you can rejoin us, man. So we're going to take a quick intermission, and we'll continue the trek. I'll try not to obscure STW's landing, but our final...
Troutdale traffic, Cessna November 8 Juliet Kilo, 6-mile final behind number 2.
Two stops will be Victor Uniform Oscar, Pearson Field. Again, we might have to talk about what Portland's tower and or approach might do to get us to Victor Uniform Oscar.
Northwest 53, short final 2 right.
A 2-6 and an 8 with the field off to the north. STW, where'd you go? Did I cover you up? Are you down already? No? I thought I saw you. Don't see you. And then I thought I saw somebody. I thought I heard somebody else call in on final for Troutdale. Oh, I do see somebody here. Alright, STW makes his arrival.
Troutdale traffic, November 8 Juliet Kilo going around Troutdale.
8 Juliet Kilo, why were you that close behind? I don't see you.
Traffic, Diamond Mike Tango 5, crossing to the north of Stratdale at 5,500 feet. Stratdale traffic.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, off the running to the right. We're clear of the runway. Troutdale traffic.
Okay, so 8 Sierra Whiskey down there at the bottom. Made his arrival. 8 Juliet Kilo just did a go around. Hopefully will be rejoining us here in a moment. I'm not sure if Melvin's going to give it another stab or not, but we're going to take one more quick break out of the cockpit for some another round of liquid recycling, and then we're going to talk about how we will get up to our next stop of Victor Uniform Oscar. What might the tower controller have us do in order to get up safely to Victor Uniform Oscar without infringing upon the traffic here at Portland? Let's talk options, and we'll be ready to have that discussion here in just a few moments, guys. Lots of flying left to do. 2 more stops to make here tonight on the Slant Alpha channel as we continue our river run in the JPLogistics 152. Sit tight.
Troutdale traffic, number 8 Juliet Kilo, turn your left base for 25, Troutdale. Troutdale traffic, November 8 Juliet Kilo, clear runway 25. Troutdale.
Alright guys, we're back with you on our river run of the Columbia River. Coming through Portland, Oregon. And those of you who are new to the stream, we started this trip. This is our 8th episode of this particular series. I fly for you, well, I stream for you approximately 3 times a week, 2 to 3 times a week. The typical show schedule, by the way, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. I'm not always able to adhere to that. I do my best. But about twice a month, we come back to this series, and I think that's JK there on the south side. Yeah, we parked at transient parking up here east of the control tower if you want to cross and join us over here, JK. Your choice. Up there you go. Portland Tower's now online. Oh, this will be fun then. We got a follow there from Low Key Noob. By the way, I did not acknowledge that when it happened a few minutes ago, and I think I lost it in all the chaos of all the gift subs given out by Scotty Too Hottie. So Low Key Noob, if you're still hanging out here, I appreciate you, and I'm sorry for missing you earlier. Had to reboot. Yeah, we're still here at Troutdale, Melvin. We are going. This is going to be an interesting one. We've got word that Portland Tower just came online as well. So we are at Troutdale, and I'm going to blank out this route because we're really just going to put this in. Whoops. Right click. Oh, and plan. Okay, there we go. And we're going to this one here, Pearson Field, and plan. You know, if this was an approach controller, I think we would, you know, kind of get their clearance to, well, not clearance per se, but we would get their permission to enter the Charlie, and we would get some direction from them. What would an approach controller do? We're going to go up to Victor Uniform Oscar here, Melvin, and what we might do. Portland Tower's online, you said? Yeah, they are. So I think what we do is we depart Troutdale. We immediately call Portland Tower. As soon as they answer us, we continue westbound. We make a straight in. As soon as they answer us, we can enter this surface Charlie. Now, if we stay below 2,000, we're not in the Charlie. We are in the Delta, but there's not technically a VATSIM controller covering this Delta. There's not technically a VATSIM controller covering the Charlie outside of the surface area. Inside of the surface area, Portland Tower is on. We do need to talk to them before we enter that inner ring of the Charlie. So I think as soon as we depart, we ring up Portland Tower with our position. Portland Tower, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, departed Troutdale. We're 500 feet climbing. Transition east to west toward Pearson. And we'll see what they say. I don't know if there is a standard procedure in which they would put us on a specific route or if they'd route us around. I don't know whether there's any other traffic coming in and out of Portland right now. Doesn't look like there is. Looks like it's just us. Nobody but us chickens here at Troutdale. Another nice thing to do would be to pick up the ATIS information at Portland Tower. Information Alpha. They are landing on the 10s. Interesting. Even though wind is 330, so I guess 10's the preferred configuration, even on a 9-knot tailwind. You know, certain airports are like that. They keep a certain configuration just because it's more efficient. Airspace-wise, they can get more planes in and out in a certain direction than another direction just because of the way the airspace is laid out. So I guess Portland is one of those where they like to do the 10s, even with a 9-knot tail, and then you got 9-knot wind from 330. But, so we got information Alpha. We'll check in with Alpha. Portland Tower, Cessna 514 Delta Victor. We got Alpha. We're just departed Troutdale, 500 feet climbing westbound, looking to enter, looking to transition Charlie east to west, inbound to Pearson. It's a mouthful. Let's practice it one more time. Portland Tower, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, with Alpha, just departed Troutdale, 500 feet climbing, looking to transition to Charlie east to west, inbound to Pearson. Whew. Flight of 5, yeah, flight of 5. No, y'all can make your own calls. That's why we're here, man. We're teaching you guys how to do this stuff. Or at least giving you the practice. So one more time. Portland Tower, Cessna 514 Delta Victor. Information Alpha, just departed Troutdale, 500 feet climbing, transitioning Charlie west to east inbound Pearson. Ugh, okay, well, I guess that's as good as it's going to get, guys. And I know when I key the mic, it's all going to go to hell, so. And then, so I know I said hello to the earlier follow, low-key noob, and then I meant to also say hi to I'm a Dave, who followed it about 5 minutes ago. I'm a Dave, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let us get ready to go. Are we? Laps and trim set. Oh, we did say while we are here, let's go ahead and add some fuel. Troutdale is a great place to get some fuel. It's probably pretty expensive, but we certainly want to not run dry, so we'll go ahead and do that. So now that's done. Let's double check our directional gyro, make sure it's close. We're pointed at a 162. Looks like it needs to. Oh, looks like we're quite a bit off. 1612. The landing direction at VUO is, I think I already had that up in another tab, but that's okay. Landing direction is again at 26. So we'll spin the heading bug to 26 there. And I think we are ready. Let's taxi out to the east so we can depart to the west. Parking brake is off. Taxi light is on. Troutdale traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor taxiing out to runway 26, Troutdale. I think it's 26.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu taxiing out 25, Troutdale.
2526, whatever. 2526, whatever it takes.
Taxiing to a runway somewhere in between the numbers of 27 and 24.
Who's cutting us off there?
1 Delta Zulu's cutting you off.
That's fine. You can go first. You're not even taking.
Traffic 1 Delta Zulu taking off 25.
Not even taking the full length.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 114, Papa taxiing to runway 25, following the company traffic.
We do it all for the company, guys. Where's Dane Flats, by the way? Alright, windows are closed. Strobes on. Landing lights on. Taxi light off. Pitot heat on. Laps and trim, double check. Temps and pressures looking good. We'll check and make sure that our friend Delta Zulu got airborne. Appears that he did. Make sure that we don't see anybody else coming in on final. Appears that we don't. Troutdale traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor departing runway 25, VFR westbound, Troutdale. Oh, and let's get that tower.
Traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu, leaving the airspace, switching over to tower.
23775. I probably should have done this earlier, but let's do this real quick. 2377, okay.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, taxiing out to runway 25, Troutdale.
Away we go. Up, up, and away. Troutdale traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor clear, 25, Troutdale. Alright, switch over to Portland Tower.
Troutdale traffic, Cessna 114.
Oh, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu.
Portland Tower, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's just off of Troutdale, 400 feet climbing westbound. Looking to transition Charlie east to west inbound to Pearson.
Number 514 Delta Victor, Portland Tower, squawk 1612.
1612, 514 Delta Victor. 1612, make sure we're in altitude mode, we are.
Number 514 Delta Victor, traffic is at your 11 o'clock, less than 3 miles, 1,600 indicated, reporting site.
We're looking, 514 Delta Victor. Don't see him. Papa Charlie with the resub. Thank you so much. Late arrival for the river run. I always forget. I read those messages out loud and then I talk right over the voice to text. Alright, so we'll level it off at 1500.
514 Delta Victor, that traffic is now at your 12 o'clock, 2,000 feet indicated.
Roger, we're still looking. We're going to level at 1500.
514 Delta Victor, Roger, just make a left 360 for now.
Alright, left 360, 514 Delta Victor. Bringing power off just a little bit off the red line. Add just a touch of up trim so I don't have to keep yanking on this yoke. Got a nice, pretty stable turn there.
Portland Tower, Cessna 114 with Papa is 600 feet out of Troutdale. Looking with information Alpha, looking to transition.
Oh, I think I forgot to check in with the ATIS.
East to west on our en route to Pearson.
And 114 Whiskey Papa, turn right heading 010 for now.
Right 010, 114 Papa.
I wonder if this tower controller knew what he was getting into. Kind of cool that he's on, though.
Whiskey Papa, squawk 1627,
1627, 114 Papa.
Alright, so there's our 360. We'll continue.
51 Delta Victor, that traffic will be no factor. I just have traffic behind you for now. Still no factor. You can proceed as requested.
Alright, we'll proceed westbound 514 Delta Victor. Thanks. So as soon as we get the field in sight, so basically we're going to stay right on the right bank of the river.
114 Whiskey Papa, traffic is at your 3 o'clock. Less than 3 miles, 1,000 feet indicated, reporting site.
Kind of see it.
We're looking for the traffic, 114 Papa.
I think that's it, like right in front of us.
Whiskey Papa, I also have additional traffic at your 9 o'clock, around 3 miles now, 1,600 indicated.
Okay, we've got the 3 o'clock traffic in sight, and we also have the 9 o'clock traffic in sight, 114 Papa.
114 Whiskey Papa, Roger. Maintain visual separation from that traffic. You can proceed westbound now at your discretion. Maintain VFR.
Alright, we'll maintain separation and proceeding westbound at this time. And maintain VFR, 114 Papa.
Pretty sure those two lights right there indicate our runway. And I think the runway goes kind of up that way.
Portland Tower, Cessna 341 Sierra Whiskey is 2 miles north of Troutdale. Request to transition to Charlie east to west.
It's the Slant Alpha Gang invasion, yeah. Indeed. In the meantime, guys, you can start putting some predictions into the chat. No bot command is necessary, just your guess on what the vertical descent upon touchdown will be in terms of feet per minute. Negative sign is optional as well.
1607, 10 Whiskey.
November 114 Whiskey Papa, same type of aircraft.
We're Cessna 152. 114 Papa.
Roger, thanks.
Gonna go ahead and start getting power down and get some flaps out. Keep the speed up a little bit. Let him know that we've got our field in sight. Pretty sure, anyway.
Portland Tower, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu with a field in sight on final for Pearson.
461 Delta Zulu, Roger, remain north of the Portland Airport. Frequency change approved, that's a good flight.
Frequency change approved, thank you very much. Remain north of the Portland Airport, 1 Delta Zulu.
And Tower 5 and 4 Delta Victor, we got the field in sight as well. Don't have the traffic though.
514 Delta Victor, Roger, stay with me for now. That traffic looks like he's about on a 2-mile final westbound.
Okay, we'll square it off from coming behind him.
And Portland Tower, November 11816, just north of Troutdale. We're also requesting transition westbound into Pearson. We have Alpha.
Number 11816, Portland Tower, squawk 1642.
1642, 11816.
Number 341 Sierra Whiskey, traffic is about 12 o'clock, 3 miles. Is Cessna 152 reporting sight.
Traffic in sight for 10 Whiskey.
Number 10 Whiskey, Roger, maintain visual separation from the traffic.
I'll maintain visual
Well, I thought I was squaring it off, but I think I was lining up with the wrong thing, but I do see the runway up ahead. We'll be okay though.
Papa, we've got Pearson in sight.
114 Whiskey Papa, Roger, there's traffic less at your 2 o'clock, less than 2 miles, 1,400 indicated.
That fast fly. We're
Right,
doing some slow flying right now, fast fly, but welcome to the channel. We're at 152, we're on final to Pearson.
14 Whiskey Papa, Roger, it looks like he's turning, about to turn final right now for Pearson. Just fly heading, suggested heading of 320 for now.
Alright, 320, where's Papa?
Alright, last call for the landing rate predictions, guys. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. No bot command necessary.
Delta, do you have Pearson in sight?
AFER.
514 Delta Victor, Roger, change to advisory frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, 514 Delta Victor, we'll see you. Pearson traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, about a mile and a half final, runway 25 or 6, Pearson.
It's 24.
Close enough.
Yeah, I'll give you a cookie.
Half a cookie.
Mine, I'll get you a batch of 25 cookies minus 1 for the one degree you were off.
There you go. We got a final notch of flaps coming in. Get some speed off. As it drops through 60, we'll add the power back in. There we are. Displays threshold. Yeah, I was pretty happy with that one, guys. Pearson traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, clear 26 Pearson. I missed the missed the ramp entrance though. We're going to stow the flaps. Pitot heat off, strobes off, landing lights off. Windows open.
Pearson traffic, Cessna 114, Papa short final 426, Pearson.
So that was fun. I hope that our tower controller got some fun out of that one. And tower controller, if you're here on the stream, do check in and say hi.
Pearson field traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey is number 2 for final on the is that westbound runway? I don't know what number it is.
Yeah, 26. 26 is what we decided on, I think, by committee. The parking brake can come on. We'll idle it to 1,000.
Oh, I can't read. You're right. It is 26.
Plus or minus 2 is acceptable.
Yeah. So that means I only get 23 cookies.
So there we got one on short final there. Mr. STW, I believe. And while we're waiting for our friends to gather up, we're going to make one more stop tonight. Head on out to Scappoose. In the meantime, we can check and see who our landing rate winner was for our landing here at Pearson. And it was the one who guessed closest to 61. Is that our best one of the night, 61? It might be. No, did we have one in the I think we had one in the 40s earlier, did we not? Or no? I don't remember. Anyway.
Papa clear of 26.
Oh, that's 1-1. That's our friend, Good Fixins. This is probably STW. So 61's the winner. Let's see what we had. 72, 84, 101, 89, 77, 70. 70, it looks to be the winner. 102, 141, 50, 52 to 61. So that's 9 away. 70 to 61, also 9 away. So we got a double winner tonight on that one. That's going to be Melvin. Was 9 away with the 52. And then Davitt PNW was 9 away with the 70. So 2 tickets being given away on that one. Melvin with his 4th of the evening. Melvin is on a hot streak to end all hot streaks. Davitt PNW going for the first one tonight. However, Davitt was the one who swept the last stream, swept the 737 stream. So we got a few of you who are really dialed into my brain at scary proportions right now. Where are we at? V-U-O, right? V-U-O. I can't even read that, but we'll figure it out. 516. Basically, Melvin Leroy's name is really the only important thing on that ticket. And then Davitt PNW. Guys, check me on the math. I'm pretty sure, though, that both of those guys are 9 away and that nobody else had it closer.
1816, entering left-hand downwind runway 9. Pearson.
All right. Melvin overflew and is going to the eastbound runway. Left downwind. Alright, we'll watch for you, Melvin. Anybody else getting tossed around by the wind? Good fixings?
Everybody go landing west. Everybody go 26.
Yeah, we did. It's all good, though. You can do whichever you want.
Pearson traffic, 11816, left base to final runway 9er. Pearson traffic.
Okay, I do see him. Just across the horizon there. I'm not sure how well that little dot's being rendered on stream, but it is there.
Portland aerial traffic just departed Portland, climbing through 4,000 feet, about 5 nautical miles west of Portland.
There he is. Very nice. There we go. That's the one I meant to hit. All right. Well done, Melvin. All right, guys. Let's be ready to make our final stop of the evening. I'll go ahead and blank this back out, and we'll go plan. Final stop of the evening is at Scappoose, which is a fairly sizable 5,800 foot runway that asks for a right pattern to runway 33, and that is the runway we intend to land on. So if there is our final to 33, this is our right base to 33. This is our right downwind to 33. And our 45 to midfield would be something like that. Field elevation there is 58 feet. So if we take off, we're going to basically navigate right up the river. And the trick is going to be, how do we know when we're at this point here? I guess we look for this S-shaped channel in Scappoose Bay. And that'll be the point where we turn around to the south and join a right downwind to runway 33. So straight out departure to join the river from Pearson, and then follow the river north. What's the distance, guys? 5, and then 7, so that's 12, and then another 4, 13, 14, 15, 16 total miles up the river. So that should give us an idea of how far up. We want to look for this town of Ridgefield. We want to look for the town of St. Helens and the stacks, and that'll be our clue to turn into to the left, kind of a 90, 135 degree left-hand turn onto the 45 to right downwind to runway 33. And don't have a airport diagram there, but we have a Loc DME. So we can see what the field looks like. Looks like the most of the parking is, if we land on 33, looks like most of the parking is off to the left-hand side, so that's what we'll do. Alright, what kind of control coverage do we have? Is it still just Portland Tower? Yeah, Tower Ground and ATIS. Okay, so we don't need to talk to anybody west of Portland. We would talk to the Portland Charlie controller, I think. We might even be able to duck below the Charlie. Yeah, so this little snippet of the Charlie doesn't start until 1,100 feet, and then by the time we're out here, we could duck below the Charlie by staying below 1,800 feet. So if we leveled it at 1,000, got out past this point and then leveled it at 17, we really wouldn't even be in the Charlie at all. And then Scappoose, the field elevation 58 feet, so we can basically say 1100. I've flown the Scappoose so many times. Here we go again. It's Foxtrot's home airport. Okay, very good. I have not ever seen one of Foxtrot's streams, but that's kind of cool. It's so funny how, like, we have, what, like 28,000 airports in the U.S., and even when we're going to smaller, like, relatively unheard of ones, it's still really a small world. How in blazes can I make these cockpit instruments more readable? I can barely read them at all, says Good Fixins. I don't know. I always just chalk it up to the fact that my eyes are no good. But maybe there's something with the textures. I don't know. I think we can go ahead and pop our transponder back to 1200 there, since we are going to be VFR westbound. Johnny Kaput says it's been fun tagging along. Absolutely. Appreciate you stopping by. Let us go ahead and get the taxi light on. Parking brake off. Flaps and trim set for departure. And which way are we going? Let's double check our... So we're pointed at a 165. And I think we're pretty close to that. So we're going to depart off of 26. And then land on 33. Okay. Good Fixin says yours look the same as mine. I feel like an old man. I can't read anything. Yeah, well, you and me both. Pearson traffic. Cessna 514 Delta Victor is taxiing out to runway 26 for VFR westbound departure. Pearson. Looks like we got one in line already. Unrelated says Deep Fried Friday. Just stopped. I just finished watching Better Call Saul seasons 1 through 5. Yeah, I'm not a. I'm not a Breaking Bad fan. I tried to get into Breaking Bad. Everyone says it's such a fantastic show. I did try to get into it. It just didn't seem like my style of thing. Which is crazy because I love what's his name? The guy who plays the lead, guy who was the dad on that other show. Blanking. Love the actor. The not Saul, but the well, Saul, he's played by the guy who was like one of Barney's bosses, and tying right back to How I Met Your Mother. I like him too.
Departure 25.
But yeah, I didn't care for Breaking Bad. I tried to get into it. Didn't strike me as the kind of thing that was my speed. And then so Better Call Saul wasn't. Bryan Cranston, thank you, Papa Charlie. Yeah, I love Bryan Cranston, but yeah, what's it called? Breaking Bad just wasn't my thing. All right, pitot heat on, strobe lights on, landing lights on. Flaps and trim are set, windows are closed.
Sierra Whiskey, taxiing runway 26, following the conga line. Pearson traffic.
Pearson traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor leading the conga line, departing runway 26, VFR straight out, Pearson.
Pearson traffic, going to be following the leader in just a minute here, departing 26. Going to be following the Alpha Gang, Pearson.
Alright guys, away we go. Temps and pressure's good. Fuel quantity's good. Let's go. Surprisingly, they are very different shows. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Says Fast Fly. All right, up and away. Shade to the right, make sure we miss the oil rigs or power lines or whatever those are. Pearson traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor, clear of runway 26. You're joining the river VFR westbound, Pearson. Alright, so we departed at 10:45 pretty much.
Traffic,
And what did I say the total mileage?
Departing same way.
Can't remember what I said the mileage was. 16 miles, I believe.
Lining up 26.
I think a better thing to do than trying to count the mileage with the time is kind of a backup plan. Oh, and what did we say? We're staying below 1,100, so we'll keep it at 1,000 until we're sure we're turning northbound here. And then we got the flaps in. That's a bad pilot thing.
Here's some traffic. We'll pop the departing runway 26.
Just adding just a touch of up trim so I can go hands off as possible while we
What's on track, Alaska 3278, directed beta ground, descent to 8,000. After that, left turn, 110 heading, and exit electronic 28 right.
Pearson traffic, November 11816, lining up, runway 26, Pearson.
Alright, so we're joined the river. We're level at 1,000, pretty stable. We're definitely turning northbound with Vancouver Lake off to our right-hand side. So we are definitely out from underneath that inner shelf of the Charlie, where we were capped at 1,100, under 1,100. Now we can go up to 17. I like to pad by 1,000, by the way, so or 100. So if it's 11, I always try to level it at 1,000. Where it says 18, I'll try to level it at 17. That just because radar scopes show altitudes in terms of hundreds of feet. So just to be sure we don't appear to be in the Charlie, even if we're 1 foot low. That's technically legal, but just so we don't appear to be on the radar scope as showing within the Charlie, you know, I try to pad that altitude by 1,000, or I'm sorry, by 100 feet, and even that's kind of calling it close. All right, I'm going to spin the heading bug around so that we're indicating a 3-3. That's the landing direction we're going to use at Scappoose.
3159 Juliet 10, 26 from side. Pearson.
I think what we'll do is we'll level it at 1,500 because the Scappoose field elevation is 58, so really, you know, pattern elevation there is going to be 11.
16 is clear of 26 westbound up the river, Pearson.
So we'll level it at 15, and then we'll drop it back into.
Taking runway 26 for a north to westbound departure following the river. Pearson traffic.
Drop it back to 1,100 as we start to get into that pattern there. Rustum 70 is the one that hit the follow button just a few moments ago. Rustum, welcome. Those of you new to the stream, we are doing what we call our river run. It's we're on episode 8 of a series, and when I say series, obviously the stream itself is a series. The stream itself, we try to stream for you about 3 times a week, sometimes 2 lately because we've had a lot going on. But Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 Eastern, 2300 Zulu time. That's the intended normal schedule, and then we'll talk about what's coming up this week. It's a little different, but that's what we normally do for you. But about twice a month, we come back to this, you know, kind of ongoing series that we call River Run. And we've been trekking along the Columbia River. We started at the beginning of the first episode, just after the new year started. And that was when we started right up at the Canadian-U.S. border at an airport called Trail. Trail or Trails? Happy Trail. Was it Happy Trails or Happy Trail? I think it was Trail. Charlie Alpha Delta 4. And we took off from there. We've basically tried to hit as many within reason, because there's a lot to choose from. But within reason, just a large number of public and private strips, grass, gravel, dirt, paved, etc., whatever we found along the way, and just try to find as many of them as we can. Sometimes we find them successfully, sometimes we don't, sometimes we land where we think the field is and it's not. That's just been part of the adventure. But eventually, one more episode from now, we'll take this all the way out to Astoria, Oregon, where the river dumps into the Pacific. And at that point, we will tell you where Season 2 is going to be. I already got that kind of mapped out. It's going to be a fun one, guys. Alright, so there's a left zigzag in the river, and then as it bends back to the right, that's where we're going to kind of turn in. So the main river turns back to the right, and then secondarily there's a river that does a zigzag here as well. So, a lot of large bodies of water. Are we still looking at Sturgeon Lake here? Am I maybe one zigzag ahead? I don't want to turn in too early. Okay, I think this is the secondary river there that makes that little S-turn. So we should, we look over our left shoulder, we really should see Scappoose. I mean, there's a big clearing there that looks like it very well could be the airport. Definitively not seeing it just yet. It's kind of, well, it's kind of to the south. See, there's a town down there. It might be that there. This here, guys. Oh, I think I see it along that way. Anyway, we're about at the point where I want to turn kind of to a 200. And again, I think if we turn to a 200, maybe start descending to 1100. You know, we should be more or less headed toward midfield if we've done the if we've done the navigation right, which we can't count on that, obviously. Alright, well, I see a green flashing light. That's kind of an indication we're headed more or less in the right direction. Yep, okay. So let's get down to 1100. I'm going to say 4 miles north and east. Scappoose traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor is about 4 miles north and east. 1500 descending, entering a 45 to right downwind runway 33, Scappoose.
And Scappoose traffic, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu, following other traffic on that 45 to right downwind, Scappoose.
Alright, guys, for the last time tonight, time to get those landing rate predictions in. No bot command is necessary on this channel for that. I'm kind of coming almost.
About 5 miles east of the field.
Yeah, I think I did turn in a little early.
The west side of the river, we've got the traffic entering the pattern in sight.
Not really coming in on 45, I'm coming in on the 90. But that's okay. We'll get it sorted out. And we want to level that out at 1100. Scappoose traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor is now right to midfield, downwind runway 33, Scappoose. So we didn't get the geometry of that entry just right, but I did indeed turn it in just a little early. But we've got it now. Can't quite see past Freckles' head to see where we're going to make our turn in. Kind of maybe this warehouse here that should be close. Yeah, so predict the Gumbo with the follow. Gumbo. Thank you very much for being here. Just a number into the chat, just like you see. Positive or negative. Yeah, minus sign also optional. We know that you mean a descent rate either way. And it's your prediction as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch closest in either direction. Gets an entry into our May 27th landing rate raffle. Winner to collect any number of, one item from our list of any number of Slant Alpha merchandise items, or a $25 Amazon or xplane.org store.
And, oh god, whatever traffic that the Alpha Gang is heading to, Cessna 1 Delta Zulu, rate downfield, downwind midfield.
Scappoose traffic, Cessna 514 Delta Victor's a right base to final now, runway 33, Scappoose.
Yeah, Scappoose, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Lost sight of the runway. Whoop.
Scappoose sounds like the name of a laxative.
Overshot. We'll come back and get it, guys. It's no problem. It's kind of a down base wind a little bit, but that's okay. You've seen plenty of those on stream. What's one more?
Radio check.
5x5.
Yeah, 5x5. Cessna 1 Delta Zulu turning at Scappoose traffic, 1 Delta Zulu turning right base to final, Scappoose.
Scappoose traffic, 14 Whiskey Papa is entering the right downwind for 33, Scappoose.
And Scappoose traffic,
high and fast, but we got plenty of runway to bleed the speed off and get this down, probably pretty close to the aiming blocks as well. Not textbook, but I'm happy with it.
Turning final now, Scappoose.
Letting it roll kind of long because we got a little ways to turn off. Get out of the way of the traffic behind.
Scappoose traffic, November 11816, right downwind, runway 33, Scappoose.
Scappoose 514 Delta Victor, clear of 33, Scappoose.
Scappoose system 1 Delta Zulu, very short, final, 33.
Scappoose traffic, 14 Whiskey Papa turning right base, 33, Scappoose.
Scappoose traffic, system 3159 Juliet, about 2 miles out, 45 entry for the right downwind, runway 33, Scappoose.
Pito off, strobe off, landing light off, taxi light off. Let's get the idle up to 1,000. And let's see, before we talk about the winning number, let's see how our friends do with the spacing here. I'm very curious. Oop, get the flap stowed here. How'd our friends do with the spacing? Well, we got one touching down now. Delta Zulu, I believe, is that one.
Scappoose traffic, November 11816, right base, runway 33, Scappoose.
A couple seconds here.
So we got one clearing off. So we can,
And Scappoose traffic, 1 Delta Zulu now clear.
There we go. So
about the short final, 2-3.
we can wash them clear. So we got one on short final. That's good fixings, I believe. And then Melvin said he was on right base. So far, so good with the spacing, guys. Doing well.
Scappoose traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey entering the right downwind runway 33, Scappoose traffic.
So it sounds like Whiskey Papa, and then 11816, and then Sierra Whiskey. Got the sequence worked out pretty well, guys. Hats off to you. How's it look on VATSIM?
Scappoose traffic, November 11816 is turning final runway 33, Scappoose.
We got a perfect pattern here, guys. This is really awesome. Watch this.
Aircraft entering downwind. Where are you in the downwind?
We play to connect the dots. That's exactly what it's supposed to look like. Well done, gents. That's pretty awesome. Good job.
Entering downwind.
I will let the last couple.
Everyone here is under cookie.
Scappoose traffic moving forward. Papa clear 33. Scappoose.
We got one on short final now. It's coming into view here. Should we try to go over the numbers? I don't want to obscure what's going on here. Maybe if I can do this up the upper left-hand corner of the screen. $81 was our winning number. How'd we do, guys? 76 from not JK, that's 5 away. Anybody get closer? 90 from Engineering, that's 9 away. Yeah, not JK had a little closer, so I think it's not JK, guys.
Scappoose traffic.
Happy Blitzkrieg stopped in there at the last minute.
Full stop, Scappoose.
Alright, 11816 I think is the one that just landed, I believe.
Room 59 Juliet, turn downwind runway 33.
59 Juliet's downwind. Sierra Whiskey I think just turned base. 11816 I think is the one that just touched down, I believe. Yeah, nice job, guys. Nice job. That was a lot of fun. Good fixings. I appreciate you flying along.
Traffic 11816 clear 33.
That is indeed a Mr. Melvin that just cleared. It's great to have somebody packing the pattern. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. And who did we say was our winner? Not JK, I think, was the 76. Yep, there you go. I think we got 2 more. Sierra Whiskey and something Juliet, right?
Room 59 Juliet, turn right base, runway 33.
59 Juliet. And Sierra Whiskey.
Cessna 3410 Whiskey on a short final, runway 33, full stop, Scappoose.
Yeah, there we go. Sierra Whiskey short final, and then 9 Juliet is turning base. I see Sierra Whiskey coming down over the ridge here. Do I have the blue light mod? I don't know, Melvin. I have not checked. I have 1.0.0 beta 9, and I haven't done anything else to it. So if you're talking, if there's literally another mod to it, I don't know. You know that I mostly fly in daylight anyway, so a lot of the night letting I haven't really fully tested. Yeah, all you guys at the Deep Fried says that was well executed. All you guys did a great job with that.
Scappoose traffic, Cessna 3159 Juliet, turn right, turn a final, runway 33, touch and go, Scappoose.
Oh, he's going to do a touch and go. All right, that's fine. Don't want to park for the group shot? That's fine. We'll see if we can get a group shot with him flying by.
Scappoose traffic, Cessna 3410 Whiskey, clear up trees free, Scappoose.
Yeah, see, I'm on short final now. Did he disconnect or did his lights just turn off? I don't see him. I lost sight of him just as he touched the runway. Oh, there he is. There's our group shot. Nicely done. Alright, great. That was a lot of fun. Appreciate all of you who flew along with us tonight and all of you who rode along as well as we did our river run along the Columbia River again. We fly for you about 3 times a week. We stream for you 3 times a week, plus or minus. Some of that includes some VATSIM air traffic control. But about twice a month, we come back to this series, which we call River Run. Somebody's getting a hug there.
Scappoose traffic, Cessna 305 Juliet, to the right, crosswind, runway 33, Scappoose.
So we come back to the series that we call River Run. We started it in January. The idea is that we've started along the U.S.-Canadian border, and we've flown down the river and just basically hit as many of the public and private fields of any and all sizes and any and all types, grass, gravel, paved, dirt, and making our way and episode by episode all the way along the river. So with 1 episode remaining of River Run, then we'll talk about the schedule. I'm not even sure that the last episode of River Run's on the schedule. I do need to put together the June schedule for you guys, by the way. I'll do that real soon. But departing from Scappoose, we're going to head north and west. So let's go back to the World VFR. Just follow this river all the way out. We'll hit as many of these little strips as we can. We're going to end up at Astoria, Oregon. We might actually probably do this little one here. Port of Ilwaco or Ilwaco. And then we'll finish the series, or the season, finish the seasons of River Run, the season 1 at Astoria. Once we get to Astoria, oh no, Deep Fried has root beer all over his desk now. Cessna 114 Whiskey Papa Heavy. Once we get to Astoria at the end of episode 9 of River Run, we will tell you where season 2 is going to take place. That'll be my surprise for you. In the meantime, guys, as we said, it's a stream that we fly for you Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is the normal show schedule. If you want to see that full show schedule, it's down underneath the About tab. It's also over on our Discord server. By the way, this is a stream where I do an awful lot of hand flying. I'm not always able to pay 100% attention to the chat. If you had questions about anything that you saw or heard tonight that you didn't get my attention, jump in on that Discord server. I pretty much check in on it every couple of hours, 24/7, 365 when I am not on stream. So yeah, ping me over there if you had questions or just wanted to say hi. Feel free to jump in over there. Discord server's on the lower right-hand side of your screen, and all are welcome. When we make short-term changes to the schedule, we usually announce that on our Twitter. We're twitter.com/SlantAlpha. We also try and keep you abreast of any news in the VATSIM or Flight Sim worlds over there on our Twitter feed, and we post those announcements on our Discord as well. So follow us on Twitter if you want to kind of keep abreast, especially on, like I said, the last-minute schedule changes that we do occasionally have to make. So do feel free to follow us there. Last but not least, our YouTube channel, which is linked on the lower left-hand side of your screen, is where we keep all of our old flight broadcasts. But in addition to that, we also have a bunch of VATSIM tutorials. For those of you who, maybe were considering getting on VATSIM, but you weren't sure what to say to controllers, or how to put together a route, or how to read a VFR sectional, what all the airspace boundary markings mean, please feel free to peruse that tutorials playlist over there on the YouTube channel, and check those out. If you have questions, hit me up in the comments there. It's really the best way, but you can also come in over on our Discord server and ask questions about anything that you saw or heard in any of those tutorials. Last but not least, again, we do have our 2 raffles running. We will make those drawings on May 27th, and if you don't get in on the May 27th drawing, don't fret, because we'll reset all the entries and start collecting tickets again for June. The first of those 2 raffles would be our Alphabet Points raffle, and speaking of which, we got the Happy Blitzkrieg who was owed a couple of those, so let's go 3 of those there, right? So Happy Blitzkrieg, there we are. So to get in on that, guys, it's the Alphabet's channel points. At the bottom of the chat panel, you got the Alphabet serial icon. The button next to it tells you how many you have, and you can cash in 1,000 for 1 entry, or 5,000 at a time for 6 entries. You get a bonus 6th entry for cash them in all together like that. Either strategy is fine with me. You can save up for the bonus entry or cash them in 1 at a time. 1,000 at a time is fine. Next drawing, May the 27th again, so you got some time to save up, but we're going to be missing a few streams this week, so it's up to you whether you want to save up or whether you want to go ahead and cash in, and make sure you have an entry in. So that's raffle number 1. Raffle number 2 is the one that you enter by virtue of those landing rate predictions. Melvin got a whole bunch of them tonight, but a few of others of you did. We got Aerobrad, we got Viper Strike, we got Bird Dog, and we got Not JK and David PNW got entries in, aside from Melvin, although Melvin did his best to sweep the night. But on the 27th, we'll draw 1 winner from the Alphabets bucket, 1 winner from the landing rate bucket. Each of the 2 winners gets their choice of any one of these items off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. The black or the white and black or the white Slant Alpha t-shirts, the ball cap, the mouse pad, the traditional or tapered coffee mugs, or the tote bag. And if you don't want any of my junk, that's absolutely cool with me. If you want instead a $25 Amazon card or a $25 Explain.org store card. Guys, the subscriptions and the cheer bits and the merch sales and the donations are all your ways to say thank you for what I do, and I really don't do it for the money. This is not an income for me. It's a little bit of a side income, but most of it goes right back into the stream in terms of the prizes and the giveaways that we do. Also, at the end of June, we'll be doing a big giveaway night to celebrate our 4th anniversary. So look for that. And again, it's a generous support that you guys continue to give the stream that funds all of those. And really the best thing you can do if you're not able to support the channel financially, totally understand, wouldn't ever dare ask for it, but the thing that you can do that's non-monetary is tell a friend. Let them know how much fun we have over here and how much joy we get from learning aviation together. This is a learning channel, but we do it in a fun way as much as we can, and hope that you guys really did enjoy and took something from the stream tonight that you can take back to your virtual flying. Again, don't take it to your real world flying, because I am not a real world pilot. And again, as always, you would always, regardless of who I am or am not, you always want to take anything I do or say to your actual real world CFI before you apply it to your real world flying. All right, that's going to wrap it up, guys. As I said, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays is the usual schedule, but we are a little off schedule this week. We're going to miss the Wednesday stream as I am going to be traveling for business, so I do apologize for that. Friday I'm going to be off because Saturday is Cal Scream, California Screaming. It's a huge, huge real ops event. A couple of 100 booked flights and a couple dozen controllers in the Oakland and Los Angeles ARTCCs. And unlike any other VATSIM event where you have 2 or 3 featured airports and you got a giant line of traffic crisscrossing between them, Oakland and Los Angeles staff up like a dozen airports, and they've got traffic crisscrossing the entire airspace. So regardless of where you're going, you got traffic coming at you from all different directions, and the controllers really have a much more realistic means of kind of sorting out that traffic and making sure that none of it hits each other. So yeah, really cool event, real ops event called Cal Scream. It's the 22nd edition of it, And so calscream.com is where you can go and book those flights, guys. I will be checking those out tomorrow, figuring out which 2 flights I'm going to do. It is mostly an airliner-centric event. If you're not going to fly an airliner, you don't need to book a flight, but it's a great day to do some general aviation flying in the northern or southern California areas as well. I am actually going to fly that PMDG 737 on a 2-hopper for you. I'm going to book a couple of airliner flights. It's one of the rare events that I never miss an opportunity to actually do some airliner flying, and I'll do that right here on stream for you, a 2-hopper on Saturday the 21st for California Screaming. That's going to be the next one. And again, that full show schedule is underneath the About tab and also published on our Discord server. All right, guys, that's going to wrap. Let's see who we got that's streaming here that we can send you over to. We've got a few to choose from. I'm guessing that one's wrapping up. Oh, one just popped on, I think. One just popped on. Yep, I think I know who I'm going to send you to. One of our friends from the Great White North. He is indeed flying that 737 for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. So if you want a preview of what I'm going to do for you on Saturday, you can join in on Studio Canucks stream. We'll go ahead and send you right over there in just a few minutes, and make sure you give them your Slant Alpha love. All right, well, do that, and have a great rest of your week, guys. I will see you Saturday from Cal Scream in beautiful southern or northern sunny California on Saturday. Have a great rest of your week, guys. I'm sure I will talk to you in the meantime, but we'll see you on stream next again on Saturday. Have a great rest of your week, and safe travels, safe and healthy travels in your own adventures. In the meantime, guys, we'll talk to you soon.